I know. I mean, I was really, yeah. No, it's, I appreciate her choice.
He hasn't even told me that yet, so I don't know. What takes what?
But they shouldn't have paid for that. Anyway, so they were the contractors and you didn't know? Okay. Okay, we'll check.
I'll check it out.
Okay. All right, I call this meeting back to order. First, we have a public hearing, resolution for the special use permit at 901 River Road. Good evening.
Evening. Mayor, City Council, Matt Offley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. Tonight you're holding a public hearing for an SUP at 901 River Road. The request is to allow for an increased residential density as well as a self-storage component. Self-storage is allowed by a special use permit, and density exceeding in excess of 21 dwelling units per acre is allowed up to 64 dwelling units per acre by a special use permit if the residential density is associated with a mixed-use development. The proposed application material calls for a total of 54 residential units, which equals 25 dwelling units per acre, with respect to the entire development site, which is 2.203 acres. The subject property is zoned IC, Industrial Corridor District. The Planning Commission discussed this request at their January 8th meeting. They noted that this application for the site is improved from previous application. They expressed concerns about making sure the entire site is developed in accordance with the proposal, not just the self-storage element. And that it was clear that no stormwater credits for any portion of the site should be purchased. All stormwater treatment should be addressed on site. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend the SUP with conditions attached for approval. Some of the key elements of the application proposal include 54 units of studio, 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms with frontage along River Road and Bellevue Avenue, 4-story mixed-use building, that would be the max height, minimum of 1,500 square feet ground floor space fronting on River Road devoted to retail and or restaurant use, up to 140 square feet of accessory office or additional retail, 1 4-story building for storage, for self-storage containing 61,000 square feet. The project will be constructed as a single-phase development. No CO, certificate of occupancy, would be issued for the self-storage building until the completion of the mixed-use building. The stormwater management plan will provide on-site water quality treatment for the entire project using best BMPs. Sidewalks will be constructed to fill missing portions of the pedestrian network, and vehicular traffic leaving the development onto Bellevue Avenue will be prevented from turning left and traveling west. The applicant has a presentation, and then there will be a public hearing.
All right, thank you.
I do have a question, Madam Mayor. And thank you for teeing that up. And do you know how many jobs are created by the warehouse operation?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
The
So they
developer
have
might be able to
okay,
speak to that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Justin Shimp, engineer for this project. We have some of our development team here as well that can answer maybe some of those other questions brought up. I'll go over the overview of this project. As noted, it's a special use permit for residential density and for self-storage use. The parcel, if you're not familiar with it, is right adjacent to the Tractor Supply on River Road. There's an old abandoned building and a lot of cars parked there for storage. Little aerial map showing the context there. There's CrossFit across Bellevue Avenue, Tractor Supply, CVS, AutoZone, then sort of their contractor storage yards basically surrounding. comprehensive plan map. Zoom in, this area is part of the business and technology, I think, in the current comprehensive plan district, which speaks to lower intensity commercial uses. The location of the parcel relative to the downtown mall, it's within a mile, which is a transit as far as bike, scooter, or other means as a location that's reasonable to get to downtown from the site. We've had a lot of community meetings on this. Perhaps some of you were at the earlier public hearings for just the storage proposal. And so we've had neighborhood meetings back in starting July of 2017, November of 2017, and again November of 2018 as the project evolved. So the community has been aware of what's going on, and we've taken a lot of feedback and made a lot of adjustments along the way. Existing conditions, this highlights you see all the gray on the site, basically is all the existing impervious area. So it's partially developed now, basically as a flat parking lot with one structure. So the evolution of the project, you'll see in the top left is the storage only. We had 2 entrances. There was a concern about truck traffic on Bellevue. So we then revised the plan to put it closer to Bellevue. We eliminated the entrance in the October 16th version. We moved the building back to save some trees in the frontage that some of the neighbors felt were important. We then took in, after some more public feedback in the Planning Commission meeting, there was a desire to have some more activity along River Road. So the pink area on that sketch in the middle of the bottom of the page, December 22nd, was planned with a retail component along with the storage. And ultimately, after another meeting with the Planning Commission, we went back and said, okay, well, let's look at a different option here, and that is the mixed buildings, which is the storage building about half the size of the original proposal, which is tucked very far in the back. It's a very quiet use adjacent to the residential, and then a mixed-use residential building in the front. Let's blow up this plan. So we have the space at the corner of Bellevue and River Road is the 1,500 square feet of retail or restaurant type space. That would be for coffee shop, ice cream shop, other type of retailers for the neighborhood. There is a very small component of that that's like a rental office. That was that accessory office mentioned, but that's beyond the 1,500 square feet, does not take away from that space. And then the residential building is 4 stories, 54 units. And the back, the storage building is 4 stories, but with 2 stories sort of into the grade to the slope of the site. I have some illustrations of that. So architectural elevations of the apartment building. It's a better rendering. Here's a rendering of what that would look like from Bellevue. From River Road. This is if you're driving down River Road away from Route 250. That on the far right would be your kind of public space. The storage building elevations, this is in the very back. It is 4 stories if you're at the parking lot between the 2 buildings, between the 2 4-story buildings. But then at the bottom of the page, you'll notice that it's 2 stories because the site slopes such that we can tuck it into the grade, and then the adjacent houses up on Bellevue start around the roof of this building. So as far as a visual distraction of those folks, we are well below them in elevation. The city staff report that was given to the Planning Commission had a lot of information in it about how this project did achieve goals, the comprehensive plan. There was many of them. We highlighted a couple of them here. I think the staff comment that the mix of uses improves the quality of the site, diversifies the site, better activates the street, and establishes uses in walking distance adjacent neighborhood are strong reasons for this project. There were many more listed in the staff report. We can talk about those if we want to specifically. And then this development, again, housing goals, does sort of, I would say it's a catalyst for a different type of development in this neighborhood. I don't think anyone's invested any money in this neighborhood in quite some time. And what you have is a bunch of auto-centric uses there. And this developer is willing to kind of step out of what the market expects for this location and do something more interesting, mixed use, providing housing in the community. I think this will be a positive change to this neighborhood. That is the view from the intersection of River Road and Bellevue. It gets you a sense of the apartment building and the space that would be at the street. We are also, just to clarify, making the sidewalk connection from Bellevue around to River Road to the Tractor Supply. It's a missing link right now. So for pedestrians, this development will get them down Bellevue, other neighborhoods, over to the sidewalk infrastructure that exists. We have, of course, all the landscaping, the street section compliance, the streets that work, and we adjusted our Bellevue entrance to be a right out only to make sure trucks didn't make a left turn and go up the neighborhoods. These were all things in response to the feedback we had from the neighborhood. And we were also agreeable to provide the stormwater management on site as part of the special use permit, which is also important to the neighbors. So that is the project summary in a glance. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you would have.
Yes, I have a couple. Again, how many jobs will be generated by the warehouse, number one? And number two, what, there's no control district here, no design control district, there's no BAR, there's no form-based code. What is going to be your guarantee that there's going to be that variety of texture and color on the final built product? That image is striking. I have not seen that before. But I have been given images before of buildings, the flats, for one.
Sure.
That was not built the way it was depicted. What is the guarantee that it will look like that?
So this is from they've developed construction documents. These are the drawings to be built. Now, what I don't know, and I think we're fine with a special use permit conditioning this, as my understanding was it conditions it to the material, to the information presented on the plan and the renderings and elevations. We understand a special use permit to require what we've presented here to be what's built. And this is not a pie in the sky. This is actually from the working drawings. They're ready to file a building permit next week if they could. So there's a seriousness about building this. To your point, I don't know that as it's written, it's guaranteed that way, but we don't have an issue with that being the case.
So, City Council, in your resolution, if you choose to pass this, and I'll defer to legal on this, you can tie in the materials. What we want to have is a sense of staff when staff's reviewing this material. We know the material to be reviewing. That was part of the resolution that City Council agreed on, and the material within that. So, if y'all do pass a resolution, you want to tie in this presentation drawings with the date. That ties into staff so they know what documents to review.
So just for a clarification on my part, I don't know what those materials are, but tying that drawing to the SUP would be enough?
Well, what I would like to do is direct the council's attention to condition number 1. And it does state that the proposed site plan and construction plans for the buildings will be consistent with the representations and details presented by the landowner within the application, which includes the SUP conceptual plan. And so I think I would ask the planner, and I would also ask Councilor Galvin, when you're talking about just the photo right there, is that part of what you want included as part of the design that would be part of condition 1? Or
And Councilor, this is in the material, that's what staff has. We don't have this,
Okay.
Staff doesn't have this rendering, but what you have there, the elevations, is part of the material.
And this is what I saw digitally, so there was no way
Yes.
for me to know just how activated that elevation was. This looked on face value, it could be like a suburban highway motel on an arterial. But this clearly conveys that this is an urban environment with a lot of variety and texture and animation because of the pattern changes and because of the color changes. So that's where the rub is. This drawing alone assure me that there was going to be attention to detail such that this was going to be a quality environment for people to live.
Let's look and see. So one of the things that, in the application process, we're required to, as part of the special use permit, show, massing, scale, details. It's not always necessarily the architectural details like this, but obviously many times we're in an architectural control district, and that would pass on to the BAR,
Right.
or the entrance corridor reviews. There would be a layer on top of that. So, yeah, that's something that, we've worked with this owner and applicant, and this is what they want to build. We don't have an objection to that being conditioned at all.
Conditioned to be consistent with the presentation at tonight's city council meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And you hadn't presented that before. I mean, I know I had sat down with you one-on-one, and I'd seen this rendering before tonight. But what's the planning commission? Did they have the same presentation? I just can't remember.
Yes, we
Okay.
showed the same information to the
Right.
planning commission. I changed only a couple notes in that presentation, but that's the drawing that has come along with the submittal it's been in the works for a while now. It's just, I suppose it wasn't part of the requirement. It was submitted, sort of brought together later, and that's why it's not in the
And like
application
I
packet.
said, these illustratives have often been given to council, and then they are not built that way.
Sure. I'm very sensitive to that, to try to make sure that when we say something to the public, that's what we mean, because it's not good for anybody, you, me, city, planners, to have projects presented that then don't turn out the way they've been promised.
And then the only thing is, again, the number of jobs in the warehouse, and that, what is that rear elevation like, and what will people see from the back? Just looking at a 4-story blank wall that's 200 feet long?
Let's see. So the rear elevation is the west elevation, which is 2 stories. And then if I can go to the site plan. So you can see it, if you see the contours there behind the building. So actually the slope continues. So we're about something like 12 or 14 feet from the property line to the kind of grade at the back of that 2 stories. Then we go up 2 stories. The house up the street, 'cause that property owner actually came to one of our meetings and was curious about this. Their first floor is kind of even with the roof, the building. And then we have the S3, I think, screening buffer in between. So over time, I think the trees will grow up, and that'll be kind of you might see the roof some, but as far as a blank wall, you're really kind of looking over it effectively.
Councilor Galvin, were you asking about the residential neighborhood or asking about the
I was
the
asking
housing
about
in the front of
What
the
are
facility?
the residents of your
Oh,
mixed-use
proposal.
residential
Sorry,
building going
not
to
from
be
the
looking
behind,
at?
from inside the parking lot.
Yeah, so what is their view?
Sorry, I keep going the wrong way with this. That's the east elevation.
The top, is that the
The
top
top,
one?
yes.
Okay. All right, I'm fine with, I don't have, the last one was just the number of jobs.
Right. So I was 4, 6 jobs.
You have a couple full-time employees, couple of part-time employees, maintenance, landscaping, et cetera.
Yeah. And I'm aware, I've heard the critiques of storage being, not as intense use in places. I think, though, when you get to these very compact sort of sites, I think about those sites at Willow Mills and on Harris. So there's little 1-story metal type, mini storage that are not the highest and best use of that real estate. But when you have a project like this, I think that opens up those other properties to be redeveloped into something, because you're consolidating, 2 acres or 3 acres of storage buildings into a 3/10 of an acre property that you're getting all that value for. And people do need storage. I mean, not everyone agrees you should keep all your stuff, but I do think there's a value to it. It does serve the neighborhood, and it's a quiet neighbor, which is one of the things that some of the there's other uses that could be had here by right, but a lot of the neighbors were concerned about. But those might be hours of operation, and the storage is just a very quiet neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
And is there, could you talk to us about affordable housing component to the
Sure.
project?
So our special use permit for residential is for 9 more units. So we could do by right 45, and we've asked effectively for 54. As it is, we don't trip the affordable housing number, the FAR ratio. So there is no conditions right now for the affordable housing, this project, basically. That's something that I don't know how you guys handle that as far as writing conditions like that in a case like this. Probably that, in a larger sense, that number and that ratio probably is worth looking at. But as we submit this and we run numbers per city code, it doesn't trip that limit, basically.
So is it your intention as a developer to include affordable housing in the project?
Well, I'd say at the moment, it's considered all market-based housing.
I don't have any questions. I think it's a good project.
I will just like to say that, given the discussions that we're having in the strategic investment area with the form-based code, to go from a 3-story to a 4-story, to get that extra story, you would have to build on-site affordable units. We don't have that code yet, but it is of concern that there isn't affordable housing in this project. I am much more relieved about what appears to be the engagement with River Road, but I'll save my comments for later. But I think there is a concern on my part too that there's not affordable housing on this project.
Okay, yeah, and we're open to discussing that more. It's a matter of, like, in this process, if it's a rezoning, as I have one coming for you the next time around, we proffer things. So we can go forward and
right.
offer things.
Right.
It's a little more complicated. I think technically you're supposed to put these conditions on us. I'm gonna say we're not. I think in this particular case, we're kind of trailblazing with this particular project, and that creates its own challenges. Putting that retail space in the corner is it's not something that everyone imagines this is what you do here. So we are pushing hard to push those goals, but it's expensive, and so there's challenges with that. But we'll listen to the discussion, and we'll be happy to answer more questions as they arise.
All right. Okay, so I'll open the public hearing for the special use permit for 901 River Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak? I have the sheet. So there's no one signed up. Is there anyone who would like to speak? All right, closing the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consideration of a special use permit for 901 River Road, specifically SB 18-00010.
And right now, it's with all the conditions listed in our packet, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Including, no.
No, you would need,
So
you want to
We make a
include
friendly
this-
amendment.
Well, I would need to make the motion first, and you
Right.
make the amendment, right, Ms. Galvin?
If I would like to make a friendly amendment, if I may, such that, if you could give me the language.
Sure. So in condition 1, it says, at the conclusion, the SUP conceptual plan for 901 River Road dated October 23rd, 2018, and that amendment would then include the language, and the landowner's presentation to the city council at its February 4th, 2019 meeting.
That is my amendment to your motion, Mr. Councilor Bellamy.
I accept, Ms. Galvin. Counselor Galvin.
All right.
I'll second.
Second. All right. Discussion?
I actually think that it's a good project. I think the applicant has done a thorough job in terms of talking to different members of the community, and Belmont, I know we had a very lively conversation about it, and we actually went together and talked to some people. So I'm in support of the project, and I appreciate Ms. Galvin for her amendment. And I think it also is to note that the Planning Commission were all in favor. 6-0, correct?
Yeah, 6.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, I did have some comments. And the presentation is very good. And it was very good for me to see the transformation of this project over time from when it was just the warehouse. I came in here really, really not knowing what I was going to do. I did not buy into this notion of multi-use being a multifamily residential building cheek and jowl with a 4-story warehouse building with blank walls and no windows. I do see that there's enough distance between those buildings. I do see that there's much more of a activated streetscape. I am just going to say I am disappointed that we're not using these sites for more active manufacturing, like a community benefit corporation, as we were proposing in 2015 for Virginia Produce, which was a flash freeze concern. I'll send that document to staff and to my colleagues. I realize that's not here now, but I think in the future, with these industrial sites, we have to be much more proactive and much more aggressive as a government to ensure that some of these sites are actually going to be making job opportunities for career ladder positions for the underserved in our community. 5 jobs is not making a dent on people's economic prospects. So I'm going to give a qualified vote yes on this, given that we've got some hard criteria now linking this picture to your final construction documents. And just for future reference and to my colleagues and staff, I think we really need to be much more aggressive using the Charlottesville Economic Development Authority to start getting these sites under wraps and creating community benefit corporations that will hire our people to get them out of poverty. This is an underutilization of this site, but it is providing units, and it does look like it's providing them in an urban context.
So that urban context and providing the units, that is, that part of the proposal looks good, and from the planning commission meeting, but again, we're at the fact that just because affordable units are not required, even though you're seeking a special use permit, just the fact that it doesn't trip it, that you wouldn't find a way to include it or have that conversation with the counselors about it. And it seems that because of the support, you don't necessarily have to, but I'm not gonna support the project because I think that it's irresponsible for any developer at this time to not figure out a way to include affordable housing units.
I also kind of observed the progression of this project over the last 2 years and appreciate you kind of putting it into a timeline. I had the benefit of seeing some of these images before the meeting when we met, and I thought that was certainly helpful compared to, I think, where we were. And I think one of the things, when we were talking about just the storage units, I was concerned about the precedents that you were setting because I felt like we could have a different vision for what this road could look like. And I was concerned that by limiting it to just the storage units, that we really were limiting what the future could be. And I think that you certainly have responded and taken us in a direction where it is activating more of that street. I think it is a little bit bold. I think you are there's risks here to do this, considering what's there right now, and to really wanting to kind of be that first mover to take this step. And so I'm going to support the project.
I think this project can potentially change the landscape of the neighborhood. And I think in that particular corridor, something like this is very much so needed. That's just my personal opinion.
I'm going to draft on my colleague, Mr. Bellamy's comments, and I'm going to support the project too, in part because of the planning commission, but I think also the area of town can use this sort of creative vitality. And so I think the planning commission's vote is worth following.
I would lastly say though, I think Mayor Walker's comments are indeed to be heeded. So I hear Mayor Walker wholeheartedly. I think it's to be stated and echoed. It was a bold step in some regards, but just for me, I think just what's currently there in quote unquote Hogwaller, this is, or not Hogwaller, thank you, River. this is needed.
May I make one more comment, Mayor Walker? It's been stated in the other projects as well, this is supposed to be an area that had a small area plan. And I just want to offer a vision that when we do move forward with a small area plan in this area, and we will be having a conversation later on this evening about the importance of long-range planning, but if we had a vision plan in place, and we had it identified that there was supposed to be community benefit corporations in this area, that there were supposed to be zoning in this area that required, as per getting a height bonus, that you created affordable housing, we would not be in this mess. We are so behind being proactive and getting ahead with the vision plans driven by our community, and then with the zoning tools in place to implement that vision, that we're always spending an awful lot of time. This took 2 years for you to get to this point. I've looked at this project 3 times over the course of my tenure here, and it's wasteful, it's exhausting, and it always winds up being somewhat mediocre. I think we've got to move forward with being ahead of the game. I have that feeling we're going to make a real move forward on that tonight later on when we talk about the position for long-range planner, manager of long-range planning. But I just had to get that out there because this should have had a small area plan already in place that would have guided the Planning Commission and us and you a heck of a lot better. And a lot more efficiently with affordable housing and with better paying jobs and more of them.
All right. Any other comments? All right, please vote. All right, that carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we have the public hearing resolution for the Emmett Street streetscape concept. First of one reading.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Get some IT assistance here.
There's a presentation.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, good evening. Tonight, this is really an update on what's been presented to the Planning Commission already as well, but about the Emmett Streetscape project, which the city has invested a lot of time in planning and getting to the execution phase. To review tonight on the agenda is just the process and schedule of where things have been mapped out, where we are, what's been done in the public engagement process to get feedback and input on the project, what's been done in the conceptual design review, incorporating the multimodal improvements, and then how it complies with the comprehensive plan, and then the next steps in the process of the project. So really this project is moving forward with, the city had applied for smart scale funding from VDOT, and were successfully awarded this. And this lists the features that were incorporated in the application for the funding, including bike lanes, multi-use path, and other improvements related to traffic, and also the safety of pedestrians at the intersections, and including some landscaping improvements along the corridor, and also accommodating transit improvements that are also an important part of the project. Moving traffic, but also people and bicycles as key aspects. This is just an overview aerial of the project, starting with what was the Cavalier Inn at the Ivy and Emmett intersection, going north to Arlington Boulevard. This is just a map out of the process schedule that started with really from getting the data and information of the project corridor and where we are now. We're actually at the beginning of 2019, but we're at the concept design stage, and the next step would be to move forward to the detailed design stage. But getting the council's approval tonight will move us forward in this process. Just looking ahead, the goal will be to get to a final design stage this year and then move into right-of-way acquisition, utility relocations, and get the project underway in May of 2021 to get constructed. Part of the public engagement process has been part of a steering committee, having them involved in the process, seeking feedback and input on the design of the project, and this just shows a variety of the groups stakeholders that have been involved. And with the University of Virginia being one of almost entirely the property owners along the west and east side of the project, they've been engaged with the design process from the beginning. We have a website that's there for information. All of the work that's been done up to now is posted, but it's also where we also have an active survey seeking input from the community to get their feedback. These are the public engagement activities that have taken place, all of them in 2018 up to this point. In April, steering committee, and we'll go into each of these. One of them that I don't have detail on but was engaged in was meetings with CAT and UTS, because making sure that the transit operations on the corridor function well is certainly an important part of that. The first community meeting was in April of this year, and it was at the Cavalier Inn, and it was an opportunity to present concepts of the project and get feedback from the public, and we got some very good, useful feedback. Things that I think a lot of people already know. It is a very auto-centric corridor. It is very busy, especially during peak hour, getting people into and out of the city, but also is an opportunity to show the vision of improving walkability and bike and pedestrian access on the project. One aspect of the project is, in order to get a shared use path underneath the railroad, we've got to incorporate a tunnel. So we got some feedback on what may be the best side to put the tunnel to factor into how we're going to, on the ultimate concept design. Something we also did that was very helpful was we did a walking tour. I think an interesting aspect of that was we found it is very noisy, the vehicle noise you experience on the corridor, but we got some very useful feedback from the users and the people that engaged with us on the project, and we were able to factor that into the concept design. We had an outreach meeting with the University of Virginia student base at Lambeth Hall, and that gave us an opportunity to get outreach and input from the students that would be using the corridor, and there's some useful feedback that we got out of that. Part of it included the east or west tunnel location. We've also had the website survey, which has been active, where we've gotten feedback based on people entering their survey comments, and that's given us valuable feedback as well in development of the concept designs. So really this has then led to the concept design review, and the critical elements that we really had to look at incorporating into the corridor are the shared use path, bicycles. We looked at a mid-block crossing on the corridor and what that may or may not do. We've looked at ways how to best incorporate the transit on the corridor. Breaking it down to almost 3 sections, the first section being Emmett and Ivy to the railroad. This just has bullets of different things that were looked at and evaluated, different elements to incorporate. The second segment is from Railroad to Massey. Again, similar elements, incorporating the bike lane, shared use path, and what was studied. And then Massey to Arlington is the third section to the north, which is a little bit more straightforward, but has each of the elements that we really took a close look at and how to best get them into the corridor. And with the multi-use study that was done, a multimodal traffic study that was done, we've taken those and built them into what we're presenting tonight with the concepts. We've taken the recommendations and how to best get these into the corridor. Starting at the south end at the Emmett and Ivy intersection, this is what it generally looks like with the reduced lane widths. We've got a turn lane that's going to go west on Ivy, but we've also incorporated a bike lane. And this is an on-street bike lane. And you'll see when we go to the north why that this has to be done. But it's really how to get bicycles at the south end of the project through the intersection. This also shows a shared use path on the west side, 10 feet, and then on the east side, a 7-foot sidewalk. Going a little north from there, this is where you get to a constriction point with the existing railroad bridge. We're having to work with the 40-foot roadway width there and incorporating the lanes. And what we've come up with is a 4-foot bike lane on each side, which gets the bicyclists through, because we've also got to keep the sidewalks on either side. And that's the way that we've found to best fit these improvements underneath the railroad bridge. We've been engaged with Buckingham Branch Railroad as the people that operate on the bridge, and they've been aware of the progress to date as well, and we're going to continue that coordination. Going north from the railroad, this is south of Massey. You see really what the main elements of the design are: the 10-foot shared use path, a 6-foot greenway, and then a 6.5-foot raised bike lane. And what this does is this provides a little added protection to the bicyclist in being separated from the roadway, and it's more accommodating to the dedicated bicyclist on the corridor. We've got 11-foot travel lanes for the vehicles, and notice on the east side, bike lane greenway and a 7-foot sidewalk.
What does a mountable curb mean?
Yes, it's a mountable curb,
What
and
is that?
that's recommended really as a safety element instead of a 6-inch drop-off.
What does that, I just don't, what does that mean?
It's angled, it's like a 45-degree angle instead of a direct 6-inch drop-off like a regular curb and gutter.
Is it from where the light gray starts?
It's actually, it's a 4-inch width, and then it's angled at a 45-degree angle. So it's a 4-inch height instead of a 6-inch height,
Okay, thanks.
instead of a header curb.
So who's it designed for mounting, the bicycle or the car?
Really, it's more for the bicyclist to be able to, if they do, for some reason, have to get off the bike
Okay.
lane,
Okay.
that it's not a 6-inch drop-off. So, we don't want cars, it's intended to be a barrier to keep cars out as well. Going north, where there's an existing grass median. This again shows the same elements of the shared use path and the bike lanes. And this is where it's a 4-lane section. We've reduced the widths to 11 feet, both in the southbound and the northbound, which has a traffic calming effect as well, but also gets the vehicles up the road. With each of these design elements, this is shown in the plan view from a far back distance. That's Ivy on the left side and then Arlington on the right side, so south to north. And then breaking that down again from the section from Emmett and Ivy, this just shows some of the configuration that's going to be done to accommodate bicyclists. And then as you see on the right side of this, we are working on the location of a tunnel. We're doing geotechnical studies right now to assess how close we can get it to the road, and with that underway, we're working as hard as we can to get that as close to the road as possible. But that's still yet to be determined. And this just depicts the Ivy Corridor Development Team at the University of Virginia is working on a plan. This may not be exactly what they're going to be doing, but it's just a general depiction of future possible improvements that they're going to be doing. And again, we've coordinated with them very closely of making sure that these designs mesh appropriately. Going north, again, this is the close-up of where we're working on locating the tunnel, how to best get it underneath the railroad. And then north of that, from the railroad to Massey, in coordination with CAT and UTS, they gave us some very useful recommendations of where to locate the transit stops, which will have bus shelters. And this is a location that was recommended that we've integrated into the project. And this just, again, shows a general plan view layout of the concept design. Going north of Massey, this is just, again, shows the lanes, the bike lanes, and the shared use path. On this one, we're showing a 10-foot shared use path on the east side. This would be in keeping with the city's future plan in the future to have a path on the east side. But again, this is what we would like to move forward with from the concept design. So taking all this, just to highlight a little bit more on the shared use path tunnel, the existing railroad bridge is a constriction, so in order to get a shared use path in, we've got to put in a tunnel, or you could say a pipeline for people, for moving people underneath the railroad. And this is just a general sketch of how this can be done. This is not a representation of what the final design will be, but basically putting a pipeline under the railroad. And that's a very old, dated picture of something that was done years ago, but it's just, again, getting an appropriate path underneath. So reviewing how this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, this is in keeping with the bike and pedestrian master plan and providing an arterial path between Ivy and Angus Road. It's also bike facilities on Emmett are included in the city's bikeway facility recommendations. And the bike and pedestrian improvements are a key part of the smart scale funding that was allocated to the project. So the multimodal component is very important in what we're going to be doing. It provides a critical north-south link for connecting the trail network that the city is planning. So eventually, ideally, it will provide connectivity to the north for bikes and pedestrians. And it does address the need for better multimodal improvements overall. And we've used the city's Streets That Work design guidelines throughout this process, working to keep with those as closely as possible. And with that, really the next steps are, these are approximate dates, these aren't exact. We are refining the schedule going forward from this meeting, but it will involve a citizens information meeting to engage the public. We will have a project, what's called a project scoping, where we lock in our schedule with VDOT in terms of how the funding is going to be spread out for the life of the project. And our goal is to work towards a public hearing by the end of the year where we'll be able to get into a more final design stage.
Okay.
So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from staff before we open the public hearing?
No?
No?
It's a nice presentation.
Okay. Are there any comments from staff? Okay. So I open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Peter Krebs from Piedmont Environmental Council and also a city resident. This is an exciting plan. I'm really, really happy with this work. In fact, some of my colleagues from other cities have reached out to us, letting us know that this is a pretty cool project that Charlottesville is embarking on. A few bullet points I'm just going to toss out in no particular order. Number one is that we're not going to reach our climate goals without changing the way the city does transportation, full stop. Anything else is mitigation. This is where the work is for addressing climate change. Number two, this is also a great example of what staff can do if they go after statewide grants and allow the latitude to do so, and given the small matches required for it. Earlier today, I had coffee with an environmental activist who lives at Hydraulic 29, which is maybe 2.5 miles from the downtown mall. She doesn't have a car. She wouldn't even consider riding her bike to work. This would allow that to happen. And there's a couple of pieces in this. And she's not alone. A lot of people are going to use this to get to work. The mechanics of that are like this. So she's not a confident cyclist. In fact, a very recreational cyclist. That shared use path is going to be probably where she starts out as an unconfident cyclist. Then when she has a feel for being there, perhaps she'll move over to the bike lane, which is not as protected, although it is well protected. The bike lane allows the cyclist to move fast and still be protected, and the mountable curb also provides not only flexibility for the cyclist, but if there's an obstruction and an emergency vehicle needs to get around, it can easily do that. We see mountable curbs in a lot of different applications. We preferred the West Side Tunnel option, which is the one that's being explored, so that's great. This is also a good example of the city and the university working together. I talk a lot about the city and county working together, but the university is essential. And in fact, the university is having to give up some land, which they're not super psyched about, but it's necessary, and they're doing it, which is great. It's beneficial for city and university, and good. I'd like to see this go forward, and your vote will allow the process to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? No? Okay. Closing public hearing. Is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt the resolution approving the Emmett Streetscape Project Preferred Conceptual Design.
Is there a second?
Second?
All right. Any discussion?
I just want to pretty much echo what Mr. Krebs said. This is an excellent project, a good example of cooperation between the city and the university. It will be bringing people out of their cars and onto alternative modes of transportation. 30% of greenhouse gas emissions are caused by the transportation sector. Absolutely right. We are not going to make a dent in that greenhouse gas problem. We won't make a dent in global climate change until we get to the point where we can drive without cars.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I remember it must have been a couple of years ago when we first started having meetings with UVA about what was going to happen at this intersection, and that was and we went and
Yeah.
had a couple of meetings. Ms. Galvin and I did, and there was concern then that UVA was not synced up with where the city wanted to be with Streets That Work, and that it was really two different pieces. And I think what we're hearing here represents such a quantum leap past that. And especially, a lot of conversations about climate recently. I think that the absolute key is just making biking safe, and this represents that. And that's why, in the discussions about West Main Street, it's pretty complicated and expensive to make bikes safe on narrow roadways, because you have to have these standards and they have to be separated, and it's not easy. And the attention that you put toward these, and then there's a lot of fray right now about the way the scooters are being used, and you see the alternative, which is having people weaving in and out when you don't have separated lanes. But separated lanes don't come inexpensively, but once you have them, they really change the paradigm, and people use this very inexpensive form of transportation that produces no carbon much more readily, and you're seeing that in a lot of other cities like Austin and millions of others. So I think it's really good that the university has approached this in this way.
All right. Any other comments? All right, please vote. All right, that carries 5-0. I will say one, when I was, no, I support, I just voted. But when I was in France, that was one thing that I noticed. They were just weaving in and out. It seemed to be pretty safe, even though it didn't look very safe. Every time that comes up here, I think about, just being there and seeing. I mean, I was scared for them, but they seem to be doing fine.
There's actually there's like somebody sent me an article about that a couple years ago. There's like a thing from Europe where they have a weaving model, and they want people on the street to be interacting with bikes and with each other.
Yeah.
They want cars, but it's like a different way of.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me an article. I forget what it was, Madam Mayor, but it was like there's like an idea about that, but we don't really have it.
Yeah. So anyway, just thank you. All right. So next we have the public hearing for the 5th Street Ridge McIntyre Multimodal Corridor Concept, first of one reading.
Madam Mayor, councilors. Much like the last presentation, this is another presentation about a planning project. This one, in contradiction to that one, is much less set in stone, where that one was kind of a very preliminary design going, with a consultant going in design. This is what will be used in the future to go for that type of project that you just saw. So this is a very high-level plan, just really so that we have some preliminary ideas and numbers so that when we go for state and federal funding,
Okay.
we have something to go with. So this was the Fifth Ridge McIntyre study. So this goes basically city line to city line, Harris Street to Harris Street on this corridor. So some of the background here. So city corridor planning study, EPR is a consultant in the city that we work with a lot that worked with us on this. So the purpose of this was to, as I said, develop recommendations that will improve the corridor for all users. Assesses existing desired conditions for pedestrians and bicyclists, study what type of street improvements may be needed in the future with traffic implications, and then provide us with prioritization and readiness for funding opportunities. So in developing this, we looked at the comprehensive plan, we looked heavily at the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. This corridor is heavily referenced in that. It's looked at as, an arterial route for cyclists, but in contrast to that, it's very non-friendly to cyclists. The consultant has on there that, it's a level 3 or 4 for the level of stress, which is a measuring tool for that. So we're trying to make that better. We also looked at the streets that work as part of the comprehensive plan for this. So we're pulling all of those ideas together and trying to do this. So for engagement, we really had two main community engagement. The first one was after we had collected all of, I'll call it the raw data. So we collected all the traffic data, pedestrian counts, crash data from VDOT, kind of all of those pieces, and then presented them to the community saying, this is the existing conditions, this is what we're dealing with. Where do you see the issues? Where do you feel unsafe? Where do you think that, tell us what you want. So that was the first meeting that was held in January of 2018. So the consultant went back, took all of that input, and kind of turned around, and then in July we kind of presented that back to the community of these are what the consultant thinks would take care of those specific issues. There was also a survey on the project website that was up for the duration of this project that would elicit comments. So the general themes that kind of came out of those meetings were improved safety, reduced speeds south of Cherry Elliott. So that's the 4-lane section there as you're heading towards 64. Improved intersection safety, especially for bikes and pedestrians, tie key bike ped destinations into corridor with trail connections, improve egress, congestion safety from key side streets. So like Cleveland Avenue, Bailey, some of those, again, mostly in that section where we have higher speed limits and such. Separation and protection for bicycles from pedestrians and vehicles. The use of the corridor to close key gaps in the bicycle and pedestrian network, improve traffic flow, and then respect the context and history. So again, kind of the engagement priorities were the bicycle and pedestrian facilities, bicycle facilities, and then in the lower part it was the safety, which if we pulled back to the actual study, and we'll get to it here in just a second, but that section in the statewide safety numbers is extremely low.
Which section is that?
The green section,
The
for
green
the
is-
really all of it, but,
Okay.
but the green section, we'll get to that. I'll
Okay,
highlight
okay.
that. So again, this is the existing conditions. So speed limit north of Preston is 35. Then
Oh,
we
wow.
have
Look at
20,
those
25 from Preston to the Cherry Elliott intersection, and then 45 below that. Travel lanes is 2 lanes. There are 4 lanes, but really because of the 2 lanes, this is the same conversation we had with the Belmont Bridge, that even though there's 4 lanes there, you really can't fit 4 lanes of traffic through there because you're going into 2 either direction. So they're really extended turn lanes, but there are 4 lanes there. And then 2 lanes again from Main Street to Cherry Elliott, and then the 4 lanes out to the highway. Traffic counts, probably one of the largest in
This
the
is
city
amazing.
is the section there between West Main and Preston at 25,000 vehicles a day. And then another 22,000 again between West Main and Water, where you have even fewer lanes. So that is one of the most congested sections in the city. So again, we're trying to alleviate all those. We did look at the transit system as well, so we looked at, kind of where the routes are spaced. Ridership, what you're looking at in the picture to the top right there is the #1 stop by boardings in the study area. That is at the Food Lion, and you can see how non-attractive and just kind of, it's just a post on the side of the building. But that is the busiest transit stop in this whole corridor. Bicycle and pedestrian facilities, the green is the sidewalks on both sides. We've got some small section with it on one side, and then sidewalk and a trail on the other further to the north. Bicycle facilities, again, we have them on the southern section, but you see very few riders using it because of how uncomfortable it is.
Right.
We have some sections then, where we have like 1 lane. It's kind of mixed throughout there. So we're looking at continuity, safety, kind of throughout this. So this is what I wanted to highlight here. So with the crash rates, so this segment
goodness.
of Ridge Street there, the crash rate is 645 and the state average at 181.
Oh, wow.
So these are rates per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. Same with the injury rate, we're 3 times the state average. So we really do need to, while we're focusing on the bicycle and pedestrian improvements, we really do need vehicle safety improvements in this corridor as well. So we'll get to that when we look at the recommendations. I'll note too, the Ridge in Monticello was VDOT puts out a potential for safety improvements list. And that is the lone one in the city of Charlottesville that's on the statewide list for their top 100. And that's in this corridor as well. So level of service, for the most, depending on which intersection you're looking at, there's usually 1 or 2 approaches that are bad. It's probably obvious to most that drive this corridor that the bad ones are, West Main and Ridge, and then Monticello Ridge and Ridge Cherry and McIntyre and Preston. So no real surprises there in the data. So here are the recommendations. So we get to this. So starting at the southern end, we recommend getting rid of the right turn slip lane as if you were heading south and going up onto Harris. That allows us to kind of reallocate that area for pedestrian use, green space, whatever. It also shortens the crossing distances for pedestrians and that. Adding an additional dedicated right turn lane. Coming off of the east-hand side there right now, the residents of, there's a lot of, we need to do some temporary work there before we even do this, but, there's a lot of confusion between drivers. The order of magnitude for the residents coming from Willoughby versus the vehicles on the other road are like 10 to 1. So a lot of people coming off of Harris kind of assume that they have the right of way, whereas, really it's a full movement intersection, so they should yield to a right turn. But so we're trying to mitigate some of that. You'll see there's a shared use path on the right lane. So this is kind of a reflection again of the previous one for Emmett Street. We're looking at doing the bike lanes on both sides, kind of that same raised style where you would have a mountable 4-inch curb. It is difficult to get the full like we're doing on the Belmont Bridge, where you have a 3-foot median break and then a 7-foot bike lane, and then the facilities, the right of way just keeps getting wider and wider. So we're trying to work with what we have. Even this will require some right of way acquisition. This plan, if again this is high level, there's going to be, this is just to submit. So before we would do anything, there would be a whole nother round of engagements, and more than likely this is going to get split into somewhere between 5 and 10 projects throughout the whole corridor. So moving on, so this is the section there as you're moving up towards Cherry and Elliott from Harris. So this is the new Cleveland Avenue, the Johnson Village development. So again, it would continue that same thing up there. There is one thing, I think it's on the next one, yeah. So this is speaking to those crash rates. So this is a restricted crossing U-turn. So this would be something unique to the city. We don't have any in the city, but it does really reduce vehicle impacts. So essentially, you're turning right to go left. So you would, if you were coming out of that development, you would make a right-hand turn and then get into a left turn lane, and then you would make a U-turn and continue on. And really, what that does is it keeps you from having to cross traffic when you're making a left turn. So you're only worried about vehicles coming from one direction instead of two. So we have that, I think, at 2 or 3 spots throughout the corridor, but that's one of the kind of tools in the toolbox that we're looking at implementing on this section of the corridor. Harris to Cherry Elliott, again, this is the northern part of that. It really continues the same profile going up. Connections to Townslick Park on the multi-use trail. This is where the right-of-way with existing homes and stuff gets tight, so we start to drop the multi-use path as we're approaching Cherry Elliott there. But we would eliminate the left turn from Old Ridge. Again, safety improvement there, so you would still allow the right-hand turning movement, but trying to mitigate some of those unnecessary crashes.
I have a question. Are you looking at signalization timing?
I mean, we would when we got done with the whole corridor.
Okay.
So again, this is like really high level. I mean, we did run signal coordination with the plan. I mean, we looked at the synchro model and all that kind of stuff. But depending on because this project's going to get split into so many pieces, it's going to have to be redone with each piece individually. So
it's just that I know in my conversations with residents in that area, I mean, and experiencing it myself, that the signal timing is just really not, doesn't seem to match reality in terms of what people are doing and moving. And I remember we talked a long time ago with regards to West Main that we were woefully behind upgrading and fine-tuning our citywide traffic signalization. So, but this at least eventually will be dealing with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So this is the Cherry Elliott intersection. So again, this would add an additional right turn lane from, I guess, westbound Cherry there to get people out there. That kind of backs up now with people wanting to go right or left. It just gives a little bit extra capacity there. Again, tightening a lot of the radiuses to decrease the crossing distances. We still have large crossing distances because we have a lot of lanes, but we are trying to minimize them where we can. So again, this is where kind of the protected bike lanes then would drop off as well, and we go to on-street bike lanes as we head even further into kind of residential-ish areas. So this is again moving north from there. So there's curb extensions proposed at Oak and Dice, and some of those again working at the pedestrian crossing distances. Shared use path between Main and Monticello. This one, I will say, it required the elimination. If we implement this fully, will require the elimination of on-street parking on the west side of Ridge. Right now, there's street parking on both, but we did have the consultant look at. There's only one residence that doesn't have access off of one of the side streets. So elimination of that really only affects one home, so we'll have to see what could be done for that.
And that's to accommodate the bike lanes?
That would be to accommodate the bike lanes in that area. Yep. Again, Ridge and Monticello, and I'll say we already have for this one, we already had plans in place for HSIP money, which is highway safety improvements money. So we're kind of merging this plan with what was already in the works. So this one may have some of these improvements done relatively soon, again, because we already had funding for this intersection. But a lot of this is just restriping of the area. Eventually, when the business there on the west side redevelops, we may look at restricting that access. But right now, the proposal would just be making it a right out only and not allowing the lefts. But we'll look at that.
I do have a question though, and I didn't think of it until I saw this one, but we have been talking at some point, to some degree, about the Elliott Street improvements.
Yes.
And is this plan
It works in conjunction with that. Yep. Yeah, we looked at that when we were looking at the Cherry Elliott intersection. So we skipped over the West Main intersection because that one already has a plan in place that we're working through. So this one will probably get some attention. But again, this is preliminary. There's nothing set in stone. There's nothing even embossed on this one. So it's really, what works best at this intersection is a roundabout. There's room to put it in with the right-of-way that's out there. It keeps traffic moving. So it's a little bit hard to see there, but the overall delay drops from 120 to 15, from 144 to 23. So there's a significant reduction in vehicle delay, which has environmental impacts and all those other kinds of things. It would it would shorten pedestrian crossing distances. There are again, you're only crossing one direction of travel at a time, so you only have to kind of worry about that one section, and you're only crossing a couple lanes, and then you have a large refuge area, so that would help mitigate some of those issues. We still will probably have conversations over coming down and the kind of weird intersection that comes down from East Jefferson and stuff there, but.
And how would a bicycle maneuver that?
So a bicycle here they would just get in the vehicle lane. So roundabouts are designed for kind of maximum speed of like 15, 20 miles an hour anyway. So with the reduced speeds, a bicycle should be able to keep up with vehicles.
Is there, I have a question. Has
Yeah.
there been any talk with the county about this yet? We've been having all these conversations about cooperation with the county, and they would be so heavily impacted if their county office building stays.
Yeah, I mean,
presumably it stays there for a long time.
yeah, I mean, they would and they wouldn't. There's really not that much impact to their building or access.
But just I just think the people who, I mean, that's the seat of their government, so that so many people who come in and out of there would, I don't know, it gets in, I'm just curious if we've.
I mean, I know that they've seen it, but
Okay.
I don't know that, we haven't presented to their, board or anything like that, but I know their planning staff and stuff have seen these documents.
Okay, thanks.
So moving north, so we would kind of work to extend the Shanks Greenway all the way down to Preston. I know that's something that Parks has already been working on, and again, there's some issues with the county land in between, so we'll have to work through that, but again, this is a high level.
Crossing? Is that a crosswalk?
Yes, so there's a crosswalk. I can't remember which road that is.
It's Perry.
Yeah.
That's been
So
long.
there's. Yep. So we're looking right now. If you drive through there's all those flex posts up, and everything. So there's actually pedestrian refuge islands and stuff there with this plan that are a little bit small, but
Is there any
small to
chance
look
of
at.
getting one like around the area with the entrances of the parking lot?
Yeah. I mean, we can
Okay.
definitely look at doing any of those
That would be-
kind of mid-block crossings.
Yeah.
This is again really high level when we get to
I just
the
like to
more
register
detailed
that.
plans.
That would be really important.
Yep. So yeah, we can take a look at that. Moving to kind of the termini to the north then is Harris Road. So there would be, again, this is kind of a weird intersection, but there's no dedicated right turn lane from Harris onto McIntyre there. There's almost enough room for one. I think a previous traffic engineer looked at it and we're like 2 feet short. So, doing a little bit of right-of-way acquisition there would probably help a lot. Bicycle lanes in both directions. and then reallocating some of the laneage to the north of that intersection. Right now, the 2-lane profile coming from 250, or going from this intersection all the way up to 250 goes all the way. But by reallocating that, again, we can get a dedicated right turn lane, we can get a bicycle lane. We really only have 1 lane going through this intersection anyway, so it's basically only giving 1 receiving lane on the other side and then having it move into the 2 lanes past that. I'll note we did, with the community engagement, I guess the worst section to try and get any kind of bicycle accommodations with bike lanes, multi-use path, is really that area from Monticello up to Preston. So we're just noting here really that 4th Street would really be, looked at as a parallel bicycle route in this area. There is a potential for a bridge at some point going over the railroad and tying in at 4th Street over there, back by like the Main Street Market and that kind of stuff. So that was kind of the solution, again, with all of the heavily commercial and built up right next to the right-of-way, there's no room. And again, with the 25,000 vehicles a day that go through this section, that we don't have the ability to reduce lanes to try and get, pedestrian or bicycle lanes in this area. So yeah, that small picture over to the right is looking, through that Main Street Market, Main Street Market, kind of towards the railroad. So it's kind of just a dead end street there right now, but that could tie over in the future. Timing, so again, there's some short term that we've already done. Cherry Elliott, we had gone for this year's Smart Scale application even before this project was done with kind of the preliminary stuff. It doesn't look like we're getting that from the initial reports on that. We could do, just with restriping, some new bike lanes, some parking changes, and then the Shanks Greenway extension. Really, the longer term ones are all those intersection projects and then the tangents in between. So there were quite a bit of plan modifications based on the public comment. We incorporated both the curb divided and raised bicycle lane option between Harris and Cherry Elliott. Potential for connections between shared use paths, so Forest Hills and over to some of the parks and that kind of stuff are kind of shown on the plan to highlight again as we go for funding. And we kind of reference these documents, what we're looking for. The shared use path along Ridge McIntyre between West Main and Preston. That's again that that route over on 4th Street. Concept providing stronger bicycle pedestrian connections, Monticello, West Main Street. So there's a lot of improvements that were weighed in by the public that we kind of put in. So that's the end of the presentation. Are there any questions or of me or of the project?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? All right, so I open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak?
Good evening, Peter Krebs, Piedmont Environmental Council. You guys all understand how important Fifth Ridge McIntyre is, and not only getting along it, but getting across it. There's a lot to like in this plan, and it's long, and it is quite preliminary. So it's not like it's going to happen tomorrow, but it starts to lay out a vision to go forward. And what your vote is going to do tonight is simply affirm that it's in accordance with the comp plan, and then staff will be able to go forward applying for those grants and doing the nice things that we like. And I do think also it's likely we could get started with some of the more low-hanging fruit, like getting that little last quarter mile of Shanks Greenway fixed. We can do that without huge cost. So it's great. You should vote for it. and then we'll go forward with it. I did want to just throw in one little unrelated topic that came from the consent agenda. I think it was, you were talking about it earlier, about the reversing traffic on 2nd Street as a pilot program. This is for you, Mr. Murphy.
Okay, so we are just at with
Okay.
this current.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well, thank you, and have a great evening.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening. Dee Dee Smith, 2652 Jefferson Park Circle.
Good evening.
I'm here because I actually just heard about this, and so I apologize. I may not have used this venue to express my concern, and I'm not coming with a very strong opinion. I've just sort of seen this for the first time, and there's a lot of really good stuff in there. But my major concern is that there was no mention that Barrett Early Learning Center is on a pretty critical piece of that has been characterized really as residences. So Barrett Early Learning Center that serves 50 children all day, all year. So the parents are coming, and families are coming and dropping their children off and picking their children up at those very busiest times. And the house itself was characterized just as they were characterizing residences. And it does not have off-street parking. That's not even actually relevant, but it referred to it as having access because it has a side street. And if anybody knows what Oak Street looks like, that is not, it's not an option regardless. It's a very narrow, very steep, et cetera. So I just wanted to say I really hope as you go forward that you do remember that this institution that's been there for 60 years, 60, after it moved from Vinegar Hill, where it was for 20-some years, this is the oldest child care center in Virginia, and serves such a critical role in our community. Just take that into consideration. And the piece that I am concerned about is taking that parking right across the street. If families are coming southbound, you can't turn around and park in front of Barrett. They're not taking the parking right in front of Barrett, but I see families all the time parking across the street and coming to get their children. Just one other point, I'm there a lot, so I see a lot, is there's a lot of pedestrians. So stay very, very focused on pedestrians because way more than bikes, and I know that bikes will increase as accessibility increases, but pedestrians are very common. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, there was one before you. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Joan Albiston, and I'm a resident of Willoughby. And I would I think that the plan is good. I would ask you to approve it, but I would ask that one of the first priorities be to increase the safety at the intersection of Harris and 5th Street. Between the Planning Commission meeting and this meeting here, we've had another major accident which required two fire trucks. They closed off the entrance into our neighborhood. I've had a neighbor who had her car totaled right before Christmas. That was the intersection where we've had fatalities. It is really a difficult, scary intersection to cross. People do not pay attention to the general traffic rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Brad Slocum, city resident. I'm not super familiar with the planning process for this kind of thing, but I'm heartened to hear so much talk about like greenhouse gases and climate change included in these planning discussions, but something I may have missed, but I don't think I've heard tonight in either of these discussions of the streetscapes, and maybe it comes later in the planning process, but stormwater management is one of the things I think I've mentioned here before is like on it's number one on two different like environmental lists for the city. And these seem like the kind of planning redesigns that are supposed to last like decades. And particularly I see like that roundabout and it looks awesome. But that's like at the bottom of a pretty big depression, I would say. And, you know, I hopefully will be able to live here, you know, 10, 20, 30 years from now. And so if we don't factor in flooding, that's basically already baked into the emissions that we've already hit as far as atmospheric greenhouse gases. It seems like, you know, if half these streets are going to be underwater a quarter of the year, it, you know, won't really matter how pedestrian accessible they are. So I just want to make sure that those sorts of things are factored in, not just for the rainfall amounts that we get now, but what we might be getting 10, 20, 30 years from now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, closing the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move that the Charlottesville City Council confirm that the Fifth Ridge McIntyre multimodal study is in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan.
I'll second that.
All right.
And we can have a little discussion.
That's good.
I do think the points that Ms. Smith and Mr. Slocum have made tonight are critically important. So just for moving forward, I'm not sure if we need to memorialize that in any other way in the resolution or just by giving direction to staff, but paying attention to the pickup and drop-off needs for the Barrett Daycare Center, and absolutely need to be integrating progressive stormwater management in these retrofits. We were very thoughtful about that on West Main Street, but I think we need to integrate it wholeheartedly in this stretch as well.
So is there anything that we need to?
I think it would be more direction from staff at this point, since this is just comp plan compliance.
Okay.
And given how preliminary this all is, I do have concerns. Are there any plans to address the issues at the Harris intersection right now, considering the crash?
Yeah, so we're, with the striping that the city uses with the thermoplastic, we just need kind of some warmer temperatures. So Public Works we're working with them to, you know, get that down as soon as the temperature rises, and we can kind of schedule it. So we are planning to do some restriping and stuff there to kind of help guide and mitigate. But as you said, a lot of it is just drivers not following the rules of the road, and no matter how much paint we put down, if they don't want to follow it, there's not a whole lot we can do. But we're going to do everything we can.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right. Please vote. All right, that carries 5-0.
It's a good step for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next we have a public hearing ordinance on lease terms for the Almar Charlottesville Historical Society at 200 Second Street Northeast, first of two readings.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Oberdorfer, since there were just two revisions made to the lease, he's not here tonight. I'll just briefly discuss those. At the last meeting, four counselors, but not yourself, I think, supported the idea of changing the lease before you to include a 3-year term with 2 1-year renewals. And I believe, Mayor Walker, you preferred a 1-year term, but this lease does have the 3-year term with 2 1-year renewals. And the other change in there were 3 counselors who did support the idea of removing the council appointing 1/3 of the board of directors for the Historical Society. So that provision was removed from the lease. That was before you at your January 22nd meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
So I was hoping that Mr. Barefoot would be here because I
He's
did.
here.
Where's Corey? Oh, there he is. So, Mr. Barefoot, I know there's been a great deal of change in regards to the Historical Society, but there is, like, I got doing some research and then was just looking at some stuff, and this isn't necessarily under your tenure, but I do think it's important to note, like, when we talk about oversight in the history of the Historical Society, like, this is one of the things that came to my attention, rather, was that there was a donation box that was at the site, essentially collecting donations for funds to go against council to keep the statues in place. And I know that was, again, may have not been under your tutelage, right? But it's like those kind of things, when we talk about changing the landscape, changing the way in which these organizations and entities work, it's really troubling. And I'm glad that we're moving in a different direction, but I think it needs to, one, be stated just where we're trying to go, and I hope that we can continue going in a much more positive direction. Sure, if you like.
I've never heard of that. Literally, I've never heard of that. I'm not saying they didn't exist. I'm saying I never heard about it, and it certainly predates me. And it sounds like that was the kind of environment that sparked the reaction of council in the first place, to demand that the Historical Society sort of take a good, long, hard look at itself and reevaluate its governance. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And so in terms of your request to see that stated, I would just refer you to the report that I submitted in December,
right,
that says the past leadership that had something to do with that hasn't had anything to do with the organization for years. I've only been there since March or April of last year and have been very proud to be there. And the report that I gave you in December reflects what we've done since that time.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I just received like the images and the pictures of it, or just seeing it, and I haven't heard some rumblings about it online. And
it's not been there since I've been in the building.
Today. That's good to hear.
Yeah. No, we're not. We don't. I've gotten actually calls from people saying, "Well, what are you going to do about the statues? You got a position on the statues?" I don't have a position on the statues. As an organization, we don't take a position on the statues.
Right.
We're not a prescriptive organization. We're not in the business of telling you what to think about X or Y, why you should think about it. My whole goal is let the facts of history inform the discussions that we're having today.
Yeah.
So
I think
I could see a place for us trying to facilitate a conversation about the history of the statues. Personally, you all know that I've done work for a long time about just these kind of issues, and have, as a matter of fact, over 20 years ago, I was on my radio show saying, is it appropriate anymore in Charlottesville to have Confederate statues downtown? Right. I was doing that on WNRN in 1996.
Yes.
So I've been engaged in this conversation for a long time, and I support the conversation, but I'm not out here to support a political decision either way, because we're a nonprofit.
So I hear you and I understand. I mean, I know you, but I think it's important for the community as a whole to hear that from you as well, and that to be on record. So that's part of the reason why I brought it up, and I appreciate you stating that so emphatically.
No, I'm glad you did, and I'm glad
clear.
you told me. It's the first I've heard about it, so I'm glad you told me that they were there. Like I said, I've never seen anything like that in the building. I've never been even approached by somebody affiliated with the organization saying, you should do this to save the statue or get rid of the statue, either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
And so my position is still, the same one. I think, tying the next city manager hands with the lease terms, even though there's been a turnaround in a year, and the fact that it's only been a year, that we're willing to allow the removal of the clause for us to appoint individuals to the board, especially with the grave concerns, even though all of them were not made public, which I had some concerns about that. I'm not even sure I know all the facts. But what was taking place at the Historical Society, and the fact that we're willing, just because there's new leadership, to let that go without seeing that continuation long term. Any other?
Are we doing, we have to do a public hearing, I thought,
There is
before
a
we got
public
into
hearing.
discussion. Yeah, okay.
Are there any other comments? No? Okay, so I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Molly Conger, city resident. Let's call this what it is. It's not a lease on a building, it's a $105,000 a year gift to a local nonprofit, taking place entirely outside the normal nonprofit funding process. According to the lease and the agenda materials, the rent is $750 a month. That's $9,000 a year. Market rate is $114,090 a year, a little over $9,500 a month. Even with 5% annual increases, the rent will only be $1,000 in 2024. You can't get an apartment in Charlottesville for $1,000 a month. There's been a lot of talk about how the city is going to allocate funding to nonprofits in the future. The city may not be writing a check to the Historical Society, but this is, at the end of the day, a gift. And despite some disagreement on exactly what it looks like, this council has generally agreed that there needs to be some metric for success when an organization is receiving money from the city, some measurable outcomes. In the case of the Historical Society, who's being served? How well are they being served? What value is being added to the community through this $105,000 a year gift? How many visitors do they get a month, a week? What programs and events are they holding that are easily accessible to all members of the community? How are they advertised? Who is attending? It's also worth noting that none of the events on their calendar, and I looked out for the next 5 months, there's no events out past that, so for the next 5 months, every event on their calendar is held somewhere else. These events are not taking place in that building that you're giving them. Even the $140 classes you can sign up for on their website are held at City Space. We already talked about the donation box. And Mr. Barefoot talked about the urgency of getting this lease extension, specifically because of a condition of a $23,000 grant. The grant that would build lights and shelvings for their current location. Why should we subsidize their rent so they can build new shelves to hold Klan robes they refuse to disclose the provenance of? Those robes are part of Charlottesville's history. Who they belong to is an important part of that history. Protecting dead Klansmen and staying silent on the issue of the statue that is literally on their doorstep, these aren't the actions of an organization that serves Charlottesville's history or its present. We have a significant budget shortfall. We were just talking about that the other night, $1.5 million shortfall in the city-county revenue sharing agreement. There's a lot of cuts that need to be made. You're considering raising taxes on meals, lodging, and real estate. You're looking at not only denying requests made by city departments for additional resources and staff, but making cuts to existing funding. You're scouring the spreadsheets for places you can find additional revenue or costs you can cut. There's $105,000 a year on display right around the corner.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
My name is John Conover. I apologize for not being here 2 weeks ago. I was out of town when you had a discussion of this issue. I urge you to do the 3-year lease. As was mentioned by the prior speaker, we need to fundraise to be able to put on programs in that building. We've been told, like, we have to have a lease. This is specifically by the Perry Foundation. We've been there since 1994. We have literally put hundreds of thousands of dollars into that building through private fundraising. Our programming is new. That building is not suitable for large crowds. Fortunately, we're able to use city space. We share some of that building with the Jefferson Madison Regional Library. If we work that out, we may be able to do more programming there. I've not heard what Mr. Bellamy said tonight. I would say, as a board member, as a city-appointed board member, if I saw such a collection box, I would have taken it down myself then and there. If Wes has pictures of that, I'd appreciate if he could send them to me and we could do a bit of tracking down what happened. I urge you to do the lease. I would argue that 3 years is not that long a period of time, and the new city manager who's going to hit in here will have many other issues to deal with. We're open, even if the city is not appointing board members, we're always open to listening to your opinions, your thoughts, and suggestions. If I'm not a city board member, I plan to continue to serve on that board and view it as part of my responsibility as a city resident. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I could just speak to my limited experience because I've been very critical of the Historical Society in the past, and I did not have much optimism for this change. But from what I had seen in the past, it seemed like the Historical Society, in my opinion, was engaged possibly, if not just incompetence, then corruption. They weren't doing anything. The person who was leading it had a history of doing sort of shady arrangements like that. And I did not have much optimism that it should change. But from what I've seen, it does seem to be a completely different organization that I know has worked on trying to do programming on the history of affordable housing and other things locally. I think the points that Ms. Conger brought up are well taken and important, because I sort of view the building sort of the way I view the library, in terms of this is a public space, and those are some of the most important spaces we have in the city. And this one right now, in the past, has not been utilized to really be used for public benefit. But I think there is potential for the Historical Society to play a role like the library that's a public space. I don't know what it takes for us to get there, because we haven't been there. But I do think there is the potential for that if the community utilizes this in the right way. Because I would just not, the worst thing I think would see would be become a public space, become a private space that just becomes a private business, like other things on the downtown mall. Again, I think there's a potential to do it. I don't know, maybe if there's conditions or something to apply, I don't know. But I do view this as something similar to the library that could be used for public benefit. And I've been surprised by the turnaround in terms of this organization was a disaster up until a few months ago. But that's just my limited personal experience. I'm sure there's a lot I'm not familiar with, but.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? No? So closing public hearing. And I just have a quick comment on the new city manager having a lot of things to do. Hopefully one of the things the city manager will do is assess the way we've been doing business in Charlottesville and look at that with a fresh lens. So tying any nonprofit into a lease such as that without giving them the opportunity to come in and do that assessment as they are looking at the city overall, I think is, that we could do better in ensuring that they come with as fresh of a slate. And maybe they would say, this is a great arrangement and this is very beneficial to the community. But a lot of things with this project and a lot of other projects, this is the way it has been, so this is the way it should continue to be, and I have a major issue with that.
Mr. Murphy, can I, Madam Mayor, ask, Mr. Murphy, how many other situations are there where the city is the landlord? Because I remember when we renewed the Discovery Museum lease, like maybe a year and a half ago, it's similar. It's highly discounted, if I recall, and we own that property across the street. And I'm just wondering how many other situations are we in a landlord-tenant arrangement where there's a lease? You may not know off the top of your head, but
McGuffey School.
McGuffey School.
I think
do we own
McGuffey, Discovery Museum,
McGuffey, right,
Health
which is similar.
Department are the three that come to mind most immediately.
Are there any situations where we are landlord to private interest to market rate tenants?
Mr. Blair's office is the holder of all leases, but I really can't think of one.
Of a private sector now.
No.
Yeah.
They're all nonprofits.
We do support other nonprofits in their spaces.
Sure.
And the Jefferson School.
The only thing that even approaches is the, so Water Street Garage has the commercial at the first level, I believe. That's
Same is true of Market Street in that regard.
right.
yeah.
So, I mean, that's the only, sitting here thinking maybe those are private sector. Okay.
So we have a history of being a landlord to nonprofits primarily, but also for-profit entities.
Is there any further discussion? All
So
right.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, this is our first reading, so.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
yeah,
just
so
to
no-
decide if you would like it on consent or as an action item.
I would like it as a consent agenda item.
I would as well.
Me too.
All right. Thanks. All right, next we have resolution CRHA drawdown request of previously appropriated funds.
Good evening. For the record, Brenda Kelly, Redevelopment Manager. We are asking your approval to reallocate and accept identified activities to allow previous funding allocation to be more clearly spelled out, which will allow designated and straightforward access to drawdown by the Housing Authority. As you know, the Housing Authority is currently planning redevelopment of Crescent Halls and the South First Street site, and this planning will continue with phased redevelopment of other Housing Authority properties. As you can see by the information in this agenda item, some of these previous funding allocations by the city to the Housing Authority go back to fiscal year 2011, and some of these funds weren't spent or were partially spent but have remaining balances. In addition, activities for use of the Marriott Proffer funding and the CIP Public Housing Redevelopment funding have been identified for access to these funds by the Housing Authority. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have, and Mr. Duffield is also here tonight if you have any questions for him.
Have any questions? I do want to make a statement just at the top of this conversation, and just in the same vein that that you all just supported, the Historical Society. I think to ask the CRHA at this moment, when they are, in the beginning stages of finally of a redevelopment process, to pay us any money back for previous expenses, is something that I think we should definitely discuss and be able to, if they need to be waived so that they can use the entire sum of these funds for redevelopment, especially concerning the amount of funding that we will be allocating to them. And just as was just discussed, over $100,000 per year, and we just approved 3 to 5 years, that we can definitely look at this as an investment that's necessary for our families that live in public housing. Are there any other questions or comments?
I think, Mr. Murphy, if I may, sorry, eating some gummy bears or something tonight. Long night. And Mr. Murphy, one of the things I think is important, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this discussion up and place it on the agenda and have a much more formalized conversation is that I don't think, me personally, I understand wholeheartedly where Ms. Walker's coming from as a CRHA rep. And I think one of the things that's important is just for us to put on the record that there may be some past due expenses owed to the city from the Housing Authority, and allow for council to make that decision whether or not we will forgive these funds or not, correct?
Yeah.
Or not forgive, but decide what we're gonna do in regards to if we wanna forgive the funds, waive the fees, ask them to pay, whatever the case may be, correct?
Mhm.
Like, let's just talk about it publicly.
Yeah, there is a grand total of about $1.45 million that the city has in various times in history appropriated for the use by the Housing Authority. And so I've been meeting weekly with Mr. Duffield, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Norris. And really, tonight is showing you about $1.1 million of that and how it has been appropriated or allocated over time for particular uses, or it was just generally designated in the CIP. And this is really an opportunity to free up those funds and have council designate now for the purposes that are most relevant and important to the housing authority for use. And so, you know, for example, many years ago, Mr. Jones proposed a modernization coordinator, and council was very specific in the language about what that money could be used for. If there are other uses today that are more relevant to the housing authority in this redevelopment phase, I think it's fair and appropriate that council hear that and then articulate that a different use is okay. But it is only through council action. Once you say a dollar is to be intended for a particular purpose, it's only through council action that that purpose gets changed, in my view. And so that's really what we're here for today, is to kind of clear the decks and have a new accounting. There's about $300,000+ that are not part of the discussion in this memo tonight. And that's really because one of them is a large chunk of money for Ting, which you know, has not fully had the time to be disposed of, and in the current redevelopment phase, you have to think about whether now is exactly the right time for that. Although I think you all saw some emails today saying how important it could be as far as points in a LIHTC application. And then I believe the remainder are dollars that Mr. Duffield just needs to provide some documentation on in order to claim those dollars for the on-the-job training program that you all had, I think, approved in 17. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Duffield? Yeah. Correct. So, you know, while the expenses and the monies owed to the city are ranging for several years, they include legal fees, IT fees, telephone charges, rent in this building. You know, the main reason that that is part of this disposition tonight, from my perspective, is it's not really something that I view within my purview and authority to forgive $200,000 worth of debt and then answer for that later, right? That's for the elected officials to determine whether monies that are owed should be paid to the city. So that's why it's all part of the accounting for tonight.
Yeah, I would say I appreciate you taking that caution in that step, Mr. Murphy. I think from the Housing Authority's perspective, these are funding, or these are dollars that are indeed needed in the immediate. And to Mayor Walker's point, I think it is well taken, specifically as we have this discussion about the Historical Society and other places in which we may provide grants to, provide dollars to. We are well aware of the Housing Authority's need for resources, and I do think, just speaking as one Housing Authority member, a $200,000 payback at this point in time, or $191,000 to be specific, would have a negative impact on what we're trying to do moving forward. So I would request that as one Housing Authority member, we provide some leeway, whether that's creating some kind of plan for the pay to be stretched out, or even it would be great if we could forgive it as a whole. But that's one of the reasons why we need to have that discussion. But in addition to that, I think it's important for us to, as you eloquently broke down, let's get with Mr. Duffield, or hear from Mr. Duffield specifically how he needs those other dollars so that we can free them up so they can be put to use for the Housing Authority in the immediate.
Mm-hmm. I think just as a matter of mechanics, since you know, so much work has happened between Housing Authority and redevelopment staff and Ms. Kelly to present you with the accounting of how these dollars are proposed to be used, that should council decide to act tonight and keep the $191,000 kind of in the city accounts, then Mr. Duffield would then work with Ms. Kelly to articulate to the manager's office what those dollars would be for, and then we would bring that to council in the future. And I mean, there are some fairly significant items out on the horizon, not just in the matter of redevelopment, but I'd remind council members who've been on the dais and those who are newer that there is the matter of what, a 400,000 plus loan from the city to deal with Avon Levy that will come due in what, May of 20?
Correct. Correct. May of next year. So I see Mr. Duffield shaking his head in regards that he thinks accurately he could provide us with specifics in regards to working with Ms. Kelly for what the 191 would be used for. One question I also have for you, Mr. Murphy, is if we were to not receive, we being the city, or to not get the 191, 134, would it have a significant impact to what we're trying to do in terms of our operations or whatnot? Like, does it significantly hurt us to leave this money in this pot and then in turn return it to or have it be used by the housing authority?
I'm gonna need to do a little investigation about how we've booked that or not as a receivable at year end. It spans multiple fiscal years, right? And so I assume that we've already dealt with that in year end accounting for these multiple fiscal years, but I don't want to commit to that without having investigated that specifically.
It was my understanding that we would have already dealt with it in year-end accounting, so it wouldn't have a negative impact. But I wholeheartedly hear you when you say you need to investigate. My recommendation to the council still stands. I hope that my colleagues would entertain us in regards to the 191, 134, allowing for Mr. Duffield to provide and work with Ms. Kelly to provide us with the plan in terms of how the housing authority will use that money, so we absorb that bill of sorts, and then also figure out how we can release the other funds so that the housing authority can begin to use those immediately.
I just, if I may just have a comment, is that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately we want the housing authority to be self-sustaining.
Agreed.
Correct? So that all of these city financings from 2011 eventually would not be needed over time. We have been providing resources to the housing authority since 2011, at least according to this chart. And then there's been proffers, but overall, this has been city money that we've been made available. It's, what's that word, fungible? I mean, that 191,000 is, we've already given it. But I think ultimately, isn't the goal that the housing authority is generating its own revenue so that it doesn't need so many contributions from the city over time? In which case, then we just need to see that plan. What is that plan to get independent and self-sufficient?
I think that is the ultimate goal of the housing authority, to become self-sufficient. But as we all know, that's a long-term plan that doesn't happen overnight. I know the housing authority has provided some of those details when we had our last joint session. I think your questions may also lead to us potentially looking to get another joint session on the rise so that you can hear more in depth the plans, not only from the redevelopment committee, but the finances that Mr. Duffield often reports on at our housing authority board meeting. There is, in my personal opinion, I'm confident with the plan in which we have moving forward, and I'm open to hearing the critiques and comments rather from my colleagues. But I do think that in regards to these funds that are being asked of today, the housing authority does need those funds, as even recommended in a memo from staff, so that we can move forward.
I think, Ms. Galvin, there are many venues, some of them with council and some in other settings, right, where the housing authority is talking about what I guess they would call their roadmap towards that self-sufficiency. And I think that there's also, some way we might describe that as master planning for all of the 40 plus acres that they hold, in addition to what I hear you talking about is an element of a master plan that's more about what's the fiscal plan, right? What's the,
Yeah.
where is that sustainability
Mm-hmm.
figure? I
Yeah.
talked a little bit about this at the joint session with the hack when they, used the tool, right? Helping us understand at some point how many units
Mm-hmm.
total need to be in the portfolio in order for the housing authority to ensure that we can always sustain the 376 units of public housing. So, I think as council considers the dollars that are out there in the CIP, I would hope that in addition to the bricks and mortar that, council has in mind, that they would support the housing authority using those dollars for that kind of master
Absolutely.
planning, so.
I think it's also, I hear you wholeheartedly, but I think it's important for all of us to understand the housing authority can't become self-sufficient without redevelopment. So the two
But you-
essentially go hand in hand. They need the redevelopment
But you need to
process.
know what your goals are for redevelopment.
Well, the housing authority has laid out what goals are
Yeah.
for redevelopment.
I'm very, Mr. Bellamy, Dr. Bellamy, I'm very curious about that because I didn't know that there was, that is news to me, that the redevelopment that we've seen intends to create financial self-sufficiency. Is that the case?
But I think we have to be very careful. That conversation, you want to answer before?
Go ahead.
I just think that the conversations that we're having, this is the same, comments that I've been making about Friendship Court since 2015. To talk about as much money as we give away and share, just like what we just did with the Historical Society, and we do it so often, to talk about like that's the only way for redevelopment to happen, and that the city, I keep hearing that the city at some point will be able to step back, forcing this mixed income, mixed use sort of development in every housing development that we're doing, in the climate that we still have in the city. For me, that's a very scary track and path for us to be on. The current climate, if there is someone earning and able to pay market rate rent, and someone lives beside them that's earning the $10,000 to $14,000 a year, and if that person is not living according to the standards that the person making $100,000 feels that they should be living, meeting, and they call social services or the police department, what happens to that family? And so we are not having those conversations. And so to automatically say that we have created a climate that we can immediately start talking about mixed income, mixed use in every development without capping the AMI in these development it's going to take us from a well-intentioned plan to redevelop properties into a plan that could potentially fuel displacement. And we're not having those conversations.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's important to be, I guess, self-sufficient, but I think it's also important for the city to be realistic about what its, investment into public housing will probably be, what it hasn't been, and how do we make that sustainable? And then what does, maybe the housing authority, but to throw market rate and mixed income in there without being concerned about the social conditions that we currently have in the city that haven't changed is very scary for me.
But we've seen these models, literally work across the country. And I hear what you're saying wholeheartedly. And I think I would only ask, as you and I are both attending the redevelopment committee meetings, it's important for us to continue to bring that up during the redevelopment committee meetings as redevelopment is moving forward, as it has been. That is the proper time for the proper, quote unquote, the time for us to continue to talk about the social. But for the sake of tonight, in regards to us releasing the funds to ensure that the housing authority can get to where they need to be, I think it's important that we move forward in that regard.
Yeah, I want to release the funds, but I also don't want us to force the housing authority into plans that may not necessarily serve the families.
Gotcha.
But I think we need to see a plan. And so I'm just saying that I'm comfortable with this 191 being allocated towards something like understanding the fiscal feasibility of this overall redevelopment.
Right.
And, some master planning to that end. And I know
But it's
that-
not just the 191, right? The
I'm just
total
saying, like, that was the
Yeah.
point you raised was like,
Yeah.
if that one, there's obviously all these other funds available and they've identified what they are for.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, for me, I would like to see that those funds go towards us understanding what that fiscal feasibility looks like across all the properties, and then some of this site development.
So I agree with you, like in terms of the housing authority providing the plan, but here's my pushback in some regards. When we are talking about other developments and other individuals come here and they provide plans, they're allotted significant amount of time to cross all of their T's and dot all of their I's to bring their plans forth. And that's literally the stage in which the housing authority is in right now. Like, you can't create a master plan in just a matter of a couple of months, and we're calling ours long range plan.
And maybe I misunderstood. Like, the fiscal plan to me doesn't even involve like images. It's more just helping us understand. Like at our last joint meeting when the hack, it was unclear the numbers that were put in front of us, and Mr. Duffield even said that those were not accurate. And so it's like, okay, well, what is that number? How does this become fiscally feasible to pursue? I mean, you guys just, I mean,
I'll only say there's a lot that goes into
but they're agreeing.
the hack in housing authority
We need
relationships.
Yeah. No, I think a plan is important, but I think making sure that all of these funds are allocated to the housing authority to tell us what they need at this time would be, I mean, I think we're having maybe 2 or 3 conversations, right now. So the funding is important. I think the planning is important, and I think everyone agrees with both of those aspects. So I think the question tonight is, what will we require, right?
Exactly. So as I see it, you either accept the entirety of the memo, or you agree to release the $901,000 and allow the housing authority to continue to provide a plan for how they might use the 191 in the future, pending any answer that we give you about any impact on the current year budget. So.
And if I just have a question, because with regards to, say, for example, the South First Street property, and when I've talked to representatives from the development team, I was told that there was going to be a master plan of the South First Street property eventually, and that wasn't happening before the site plan that was being developed for the ball field site. But then I said, so why aren't you able to do the master plan for the South First Street? Because I'm thinking of the model of Friendship Court. We gave Friendship Court $350,000. They did a master plan of their 12-acre site. I don't know how much the whole South First Street site is. Maybe that's 12 acres too.
13, yeah.
So why don't we say, here, take $350,000 and do a master plan of the South First Street site, so you're looking at it holistically. And that was something that seemed to resonate when we met with, Cornelius, what was his last name? Griggs.
Yeah, I think instead of maybe us directing, that we should allow them to tell us, right?
Well,
And
so I'm,
that's what
yeah,
you
so I'm hearing it though
are.
indirectly,
Yeah.
that that's what they want to be able to do, but and I've been told that we haven't freed up the money. So I'm just saying, let's free up the money so they can do the master plan of the South First Street whole thing that they've said they wanted to do.
So in terms of freeing up the money, we will have, so I think, so first we need to decide whether we are going to have this past due balance paid out of this pool of funds,
So
correct?
based on the discussion that I've heard, the energy behind considering allowing that to still be potentially used by the housing authority in the future, I would say that the most appropriate action for tonight is for you to evaluate whether the things that are on the chart above that are uses that you're willing to release all of those dollars for. And then we can look at the disposition of the remaining 191 and any other funds in the future. Because as you can see, Mr. Duffield, Mr. Norris, Ms. Kelly, they've worked
Worked on that.
to say, what are these dollars going to be used for, so that when it comes time and they have these expenses, we can really expedite the payment to the housing authority.
So I think, so there's two things. Do we support these 4 items for CRH use of funds? And then the second one that I do want us to discuss is what do we want to happen with the 191?
So I'd like to make do you need to make a motion?
I have a
Mr.
question, if I may.
Well, may I make the motion before you answer the question, because I think it may help with the question. So we need to make a motion. So first motion, I would like to move that we allocate the funds available for the 4 items and release those funds rather to the CRHA. Those funds being the money for the FY 2011 allocation of implementation and pre-development funds for renovation of Crescent Halls, FY 2015 allocation of modernization coordinator position, the 2016 Marriott proffer, and the 2018 public housing redevelopment CIP funding.
It's all right here in this resolution, those things.
The drawdown requests.
Yeah. And we will get a report, right?
We shall. So
Yeah, essentially, you're endorsing the uses that are in the table, and, it's not that the money just gets transferred right away. It's that when these uses have occurred, and the documentation's provided to Ms. Kelly, then we'll release the money.
Okay.
And this is my question. I can't vote on that until I get my answer. Okay? So, can I ask my question?
Sure.
So, I'm looking at, in particular, the $558,967 figure. And I guess, Mr. Duffield, I want to know, would that include a master plan of the South First? Would that give you the resources you need to do a master plan of the South First Street entire site? Much as we had given $350,000 to Friendship Court to do a master plan that created the site plan that they have today.
So, Ms. Galvin, would you?
So is that in there? I'm not sure. I'm seeing miscellaneous redevelopment planning.
Understood. So I'm asking if you would be willing to entertain in exchange for the $191,000 being released, that the housing authority provide a long-term fiscal plan.
Could I ask one question? I see staff nodding and shake. Could they come up and answer?
Yeah.
Just ask me to ask. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Can they come up, please?
All right.
Mr. Norris, Mr.
Just so
Duffield?
everyone could.
You can both come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Come on, both. Dave, you don't want to come up too?
Had to have a huddle first, and then they broke. All right, break. Run the play.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Grant Duffield. I'm the Executive Director of the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority. As I understand the question posed by Councilor Galvin, are there resources sufficient and contemplated as presented this evening, encompassed in the 8,204? Is that right?
Right.
Right.
That number.
That's in
Yeah.
that number.
Dollars sufficient to provide a complete site-wide master plan for the South First Street site. With the caveat that we have not put a cost estimate out, received a cost estimate for that type of project. But based on City Council's experience with other areas with Friendship Court being approximately the same acreage, one would assume that we would be able to produce a similar master plan for, the equivalent of $350,000 in today's dollars versus when that was allocated. I would feel comfortable that if council were comfortable releasing the full amount, including the 191, we could provide that master plan. Mr. Bellamy, I believe that we could provide the fiscal sustainability model as well when we consider these funds as well as other funds available to us from philanthropic organizations. But again, that is all with the caveat that I haven't quoted that yet, but I would assume that that's the case.
Mr. Duffield,
Yes, sir.
when we had the work session where we talked about the philanthropic and all of this extremely exciting, and to Mr. Collins' points, I think there is huge enthusiasm about the breakthroughs that have happened here, and it's extraordinary. I mean, I think about the conversations we were having 3 years ago, and it's just really incredible that there are breakthroughs that will actually change people's lives here, and it's a huge credit to many people. And so but there was and a lot of people don't know what the structure is, that it's an independent agency, HUD, and it's very confusing to explain. That at one point council was the board of CRHA, and then that separated, so we talked the one thing that and I think you hear it some here, is having there be an arrangement between City Council and CRHA as it is, so that it would change the relationship, so it's not we're just improvising on a request here and a request here and a request here, but there would be some broader context. And we talked about an MOU. I didn't have any idea whether that was a good idea, but I think that what you're hearing between the lines here is the desire for, whether it's a master plan or whether it's an operating arrangement between this board and you and yours, and then you have a new city manager coming on, and this will be a huge topic on the new city manager's plate, is how do you execute all the things that we want to have happen with housing while still it's a fiscally separate, a legally separate organization with a separate source of funding and separate real estate that CRHA owns, that the city, that really is a wall between them, and we're trying to figure it out. I think in lots of places are trying to figure it out. So the question is, how do we figure it out the best without having us just improvise on this request and that request and that request and that request?
Sure.
I don't have a good answer. I just think that's the goal, is to come up with an arrangement. And the city manager, this will be a big topic for them, but just to avoid these one-off requests and things like forgiving debt, because the reason that you pay debt is, that sends up certain concerns, because then in one context you're worried about incentives, because if you're forgiving debts, but on the other hand, we all want to help you guys move as quickly as possible. So it's just a question about the arrangement.
And I think, Councilor Bellamy and I just finally worked out a schedule where we are now attending the redevelopment committee meetings. Now, because they're on Mondays, we are only able to, definitely commit to the alternate Mondays of city council meetings. So I think that's one thing. And we've even, and the last council meeting, the last redevelopment meeting, and then in conversations that I've had with, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Duffield, Mr. Norris, to your points about a master plan, I asked at the first meeting that I attended, why are we just looking at the ball field in isolation? So for me, it makes sense that we have a, plan for the whole neighborhood. And I told, I stated that we want to make sure that we don't create a division within the neighborhood that's already there and then the neighborhood on the other side of the community center. So that's a point that, that I discussed at the first meeting that that I attended. and that I've been having, conversations, Counselor, with Counselor Bellamy too. So, but I think we need, just like with Friendship Court, members of staff and the council, you are on their board, but we didn't do anything official,
Right.
to change.
Right.
To change that. And I would ask to give it some time to see with, the two of us able to attend more often, what happens, what happens with that.
And to your point, Mayor, one of our early conversations made very clear, and it absolutely rings true. You were absolutely spot on. And with the investments that this council is contemplating making in public housing, in the community, through public housing, that places this council as an investor in CRHA's project. And I thought that was tremendous insight, and it was
I've been
helpful.
having that conversation, every conversation. Yeah.
Exactly. So, the city council is an investor in the CRHA public housing project and in the
I mean, that's actually
enrichment of our community.
Yeah, that is a more, because Madam Mayor, I heard your misgivings about this kind of like almost coercive way of talking about it. You do this, and then we'll requiring. That's a different and much more negative frame than just being a member of an investor,
An
on the
investment
board,
partner.
where you really
Yeah.
do have. I
Sure.
mean, if we're, and that's the thing, we're kind of creating a hybrid model where it's not city council running the CRHA like has happened in some places, and it's not city council totally removed and saying, you guys fund it on your own through going full private market and using your real estate, which I hear your and the objections that has costs. And if it's a hybrid model, it just would be good for it to be intentional, and it might require some creativity and some policy creativity, and which is happening now, but just, so if as a concern, as one of the ways of doing this, there's 2 members of council who sit on the redevelopment committee or something like that, as a matter of practice going forward on a quarterly, and then maybe this is one of the reasons that the council had not wanted to go back to running CRHA is just in part because of the time. It's virtually impossible to think about doing that on top. So, but maybe there are ways of being, an investor going forward, and it would.
And an investment a partnership agreement in
Annual reports,
right,
and you
right.
do have strategic plans, and
Things of that
that's how major investors are treated.
Certainly.
Well, and talking to you, it's like the questions that we're asking aren't dissimilar to other large investors of this.
Right.
So
it's absolutely
there's
the same.
efficiencies.
I mean,
Sure.
yes, exactly. Your
You're-
LIHTC application has got to be, somewhat crossing Ts and dotting Is, and that we're just wanting to be informed, and we want to know what these dollars are going to be
Absolutely.
used for, and then, but, I'm glad to hear, Mayor Walker, how you presented it, because that's exactly what you and I talked about, that having a vision for that whole area is really important, because that way you can understand the relationships, you can understand timing better, you can understand if you could put an early childhood development center there or whatever it is. And then the same logic would apply to the other properties.
Yeah, and again, we had that conversation, last Thursday, but I've been having this conversation with them, for months. And I think also that we need to keep in mind that if, while this council is very supportive, we don't want to put any restrictions on CRHA if another council comes on and they're not very supportive. So we want them to still be able to maintain that autonomy to make decisions in case there isn't supportive members, on council. So.
And I'm sorry, and as we discuss this partnership arrangement, it absolutely, as we all know, it's certainly city council, CRHA, residents got to be at that table and have been in this planning process up to this point. But let's not lose sight of the fact that they absolutely.
And they are most important.
Absolutely, no question, no question.
All right.
So one other quick, the idea of impact investing, which is kind of where we're ending up here, is that if you're an impact investor, you don't just get a financial return, you can have a social benefit as a return of your investment. And that's sort of where we're ending up talking here. And that your return on your ROI can include, hey, these are the lives we help. This is the benefit for our community. It's a different way of framing the relationship, but it seems very, fitting to what we're talking about here. And all that would require is modeling this like that, and then we get an annual report, and we get to see and you. So I strongly support this heading in that direction.
It's exciting. It's exciting to think of it in those terms.
So are we
where are we
good?
landing?
We're gonna
So-
release the funds?
Well, let's sort of, based on the conversation now, sort of go over the procedural aspect.
Okay.
In the packet, there's a resolution, but you'll look at the be it further resolved clause. It says by the council of the city of Charlottesville, Virginia, that $191,134 of previously appropriated funds in the Public Housing Redevelopment CIP account is authorized to pay for past due operating costs.
Right.
Sounds like, again, that maybe you all would like to, in effect, pass this resolution, but without that be it resolved clause, and then to have maybe, maybe at a future meeting, distribution of that 191 and also quote-unquote forgiveness of it as well as to.
But we didn't want to invest in something with it.
Right.
The 191
Right.
was to be
Right.
Well, the
associated
suggestion
with the
is,
fiscal.
well, the suggestion is using it for a long-range plan.
That was
Right.
the 558,
And then I
I
was
thought.
gonna,
The 558, I was
That was just the question.
master plan
Yeah.
for South First Street. The 191 was for the fiscal
Feasibility.
analysis.
Correct.
That's what I understood.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
right.
So I've already made a motion for the first part.
So, but
Right,
Mr.
but
Poyer's
take out
point is
the-
still well taken. The
Yeah.
resolution itself isn't correct right now.
Right.
Yeah,
The
so we were
resolution that
gonna,
I described didn't include the 191.
so we were trying to include it.
Right, right. And
You
so
just
what
said-
I'm saying
You
is
said
we
use
would,
it at a later time. Go ahead.
We're just
Sorry.
gonna,
Sorry, Mr. Boone.
no, I'm saying we would remove the be it further resolved clause from the resolution in the packet. And I think right now, those numbers are only adding up to the $908,249 total. We would need a future resolution for the 191 to go into the right account,
Okay.
which I don't know.
Got it.
Correct. So
Is
what I
correct.
proposed initially, the first resolution, it did not include the 191. I only
Right.
mentioned those three items.
So we amend this to remove that last be it resolved.
What I'm
Or-
saying is, I didn't.
He
I
was
never
saying
said
he
what
was, he
you're
wasn't even
saying.
looking at the resolution.
I
He
didn't
was
say
just
we have
anything
a
about the
resolution
second.
here.
he was just reading through the.
Right, but we would
I didn't
need an
read it from the
account.
resolution.
But it's
I read
a
it from
part
the
of the
first.
current resolution.
But what I asked for only was these three.
But
We're just trying to
give
make Ms. Thomas's
more.
job as hard as possible on the first night. It'll take a few minutes.
Okay, so can someone make a motion that includes changing the current the way the resolution is written for the 191?
I'd like to make a motion for a drawdown request of previously appropriated funds in the amount of $908,249.
But that's all inclusive, right?
No.
That
Yeah,
includes
but
the
that's what-
191.
If I may,
It's about-
but
That's
that's
right.
what this resolution says.
That's
All
right.
this apportionment is just based on funds and accounts.
The 908 does not include the last.
It
The
doesn't
908 doesn't
include
include the last
191.
one, so we just have to
What
knock
I
off the
said
be it further resolved.
20 minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
I think Mr. Blair has.
Right.
Good.
I think that's correct. But
Third time I've said
to Dr. Bellamy's point, I think also in your package you have the draft memo, and that also might need to be amended as well because it requires the city manager to sign with your approval, and it does not. If you read the first part, it says funds are to be used for the specific programs described in the most recent agenda item. And I don't believe the feasibility study or the master plan are described.
No.
So you need to amend that
Yeah.
as well to include the feasibility study and the master plan.
Okay. I think could this just come back to us corrected with the draft memo?
No, because they need the funds
Okay.
sooner than
So
later.
how?
But this,
And I'm sorry, just going back to the original part, the 240, 300, and 367 is essentially netting out already the 191 because
Right.
it's 558 before.
Right.
That's where I'm just trying to
Right.
get clarity. Okay.
Right.
Could we adopt this resolution minus the last beat further resolved, but then come back with a draft memo that's more accurately written? So that we don't,
That's literally
Right.
what we've been asking.
To your point.
That's what I've been saying. Just that.
no, the memo part's new. We haven't been talking about the memo.
But the memo would reflect what you talked about earlier, and maybe.
But we're saying we want to be more specific in the
Yeah,
memo.
we want to.
Correct.
We want a
Correct.
master plan and a fiscal feasibility study.
but
Correct.
we can just add those in,
Right.
right? Is
We
it-
could add those in right now.
Yeah.
Just add them where, then where would be a good
On
place?
clause 1, funds are to be used for the specific programs described in the most recent agenda item acted upon by the City Council of the City of Charlottesville, as well as a master plan for the property located at
South First Street
South First Street, as well as a fiscal feasibility study.
for the entire the entire
Yeah, for
CRHA.
CRHA.
For the
right.
entire
For
CRHA.
CRHA
Properties.
redevelopment.
Redevelopment, okay.
Right.
Now, when the question was posed by Councilor Galvin moments ago, is the master plan, is there a fiscal feasibility contemplated within the $908,000? I think I came up and said, look, I feel confident with the release of the 191 in addition to the 908, I can deliver that.
Oh, that's right, so then.
Okay,
we-
so that's the
So now we
question.
gotta put the 191 back in.
Yes.
Right. And I think, okay, you would take the resolution, you would, in effect, delete the be it further resolved clause as it's further written.
Yeah.
Then we will say be it further resolved.
And then add that together.
By the council of the city of Charlottesville that the city manager is authorized to transfer the $191,134 to the appropriate fund.
It's not a transfer.
Because I don't know, do you know the appropriate fund tonight? I do not know which one of these three.
So can I ask a
Right.
question? For the 191, if we voted on the 908 tonight, the 191 we can bring back with a
Sure.
new resolution for the next meeting.
If that's what you prefer.
Sure.
Okay. That's,
You can do that as well.
and we know that that is going to be directed towards the
The fiscal
Fiscal.
plan for the CRHA.
A as a whole.
And we could do that on consent too.
Yeah, so we can do two separate.
Yeah, the difficulty for doing it all at once tonight and approving the whole 1,099,383 is you see the columns on the
Yeah, we see
resolution.
it.
That third column, that's not knowable in the moment.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
So we
That's fair.
can do that.
That's
So
fair.
we'll do the
That's fair.
908 tonight, and then we'll come back and we'll have this on the agenda, the 191 on the next agenda.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And Mr. Duffield, to my question about how do we establish a social impact relationship where we're treated as investors, is that going to be addressed within this fiscal feasibility
I believe that it can be.
thing we're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that it
I think
certainly
that's a
can
great
be.
idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And we can write that in a draft memo to go along with the 191.
Great. That's perfect. Thank you very
Does
much.
that make sense?
Great.
Okay.
Council. Thank you very much for your time.
I know we need to, yeah, but I'm
Rome
just
wasn't
saying
built in a day, Mr. Bellamy.
All right, so is there any other discussion?
None, please.
Are you sure?
Trust me, none, please.
All right, please vote.
You need a second.
Oh, a second.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, I made the motion. I need a second. I want to first and second in myself. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Sigmund.
Okay.
So, do we vote now?
All right, so it carries 5-0. All right, and so let's have a 10-minute break.
Miss Thomas gonna be typing at least that long to figure out what just happened. So.
We'll get it. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Bring us home there. Bring us home. Bring us home.
The next monitor.
There's a lot more.
Let's go.
Not all three things are created equal.
The next one should be
Come on with that.
Counselor Bellamy?
Oh, but Counselor Bellamy's not even back, so what was I want? Get some more water, please.
All right, so I call this meeting back to order. Next, we have the number 7, a resolution, resources required for comprehensive plan completion and long-range planning, first of one reading.
Counselors. So at the December 17th meeting, the Planning Commission presented the status of the comprehensive plan to you, and one of the directives to the city manager's office was to bring back what resources might be required for completion of the comprehensive plan. We originally had slated this for January 22nd, and in order to fully realize whatever information we'd learned from the joint work session with the HAC, we scheduled that for tonight. And essentially, in working, staff has talked with members of the HAC, CHOC, Planning Commission, and is certainly aware of the work of council, Place Design Task Force, and others over time in forming this recommendation for you all tonight. And essentially, it is to take the remainder of the $100,000 that council had once appropriated for the completion of the comp plan, of which $85,000 remains, to take the $200,000, roughly just a little bit more than that, that council had allocated for the purpose of the affordable housing strategy in partnership with the HAC, and to look at the resources required to keep those items really fully in step with the zoning ordinance rewrite, which will most certainly be required and which has been agreed upon many times to be long overdue. So to combine all of those items and to take some savings due to the fact that we are going to be at least 3/4 of the way through the year, having never used dollars that were in this year's budget that were in for a long-range planner or assistant city manager. So basically, to bundle all those services in an effective and efficient way, put that out to RFP so that a respondent or a group can really do all that at once. It's generally a grand total of $975,000, $890,000 of which are in the resolution before you this evening. But in addition to that, this agenda memo says that now is the time, that we have waited for some period of time, but now is the time to use the dollars for long-range planning and to hire an individual with the skill set to shepherd these and other projects going forward, and to have that person report directly to the city manager's office. And I would say, at a level that is quite similar to the great work that Brenda Kelly has done, but really on the development and long-range planning side of the house. So that's about as concise as I can be with an item of this importance, but I'm certainly happy to answer questions, and I have Mr. Ikefuna here as well.
So,
one question I had in regards to the long-range plan, I think it's necessary, but I'd like for clarification for if we bring in this new position of sorts, would that position have staff? Because one thing I've heard from some members of staff is that if this new position comes in, would they still be effectively or essentially adding to the workload of those who are currently in NDS, and then it bogs down. So, like, will this position have staff, or
no? This
how will they carry out the work?
Yeah, really. I mean, think about this position as somebody who is making systems more effective, refining processes, steering big picture items, maybe relieving some burden from staff to direct things like small area plans on occasion. And you know, the importance of that is, you know, I mean, they're operating from a level that's not wedded to one department point of view, that they're operating, you know, across all silos.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure where I am on support level for this, but I was sure that I wasn't going to support it. But then when Councilor Galvin started talking about doing the River Road, that if we had these plans in place, that started getting, you know, my wheels kind of churning. My question is, and my hesitation, one, again, position at this level, where will the new CM be on this process? So this position shouldn't be hired before that individual is here. Is that?
That's not my sentiment, but I'm not.
No, I'm just like, even with the time frame, if we're at a point
Oh,
where
in
we're
terms of
going
the
to get,
literally, it might very well be, because you got to put the job description out. I see. So it could be that the new CM is on board and the new CM actually does hire this person.
hire or give us maybe some new lens to look at this through. So that even if
But this
we
has already
post
been
it-
approved
This
as
has
an
already been
ACM
approved.
role by a council, and I would say that
Yeah.
we're actually
Finally.
stepping it down to be more of a manager level in this
No,
case.
I understand that, but so I looked at this position in other places. So in Alexandria, this is under their Transportation and Environmental Service Department. Also Arlington, Richmond, Virginia Beach. It's the Long Range Planning Committee of the Planning Commission provides comments and recommendation and tasks on process related to land use, urban design, long range plans, the same thing that we're asking this department to do. The long range planner will join the planning department review management team. So my concern is just why this is going in its own, just kind of lingering out there. That's one of the concerns I have when in all the other localities, it's under their NDS
The
department.
acute need is to get the comprehensive plan finished, to have an integrated affordable housing strategy within that comp plan, and then to roll immediately into the rezoning citywide. And because the zoning is going to be affected by our affordable housing strategy, and the affordable housing strategy is going to be informing the comp plan. And we've been hurting terribly for a long time because our zoning is so out of sync with our community's vision, which is the comp plan. And as we all know, we haven't had an integrated affordable housing strategy within that comp plan until this year. Our staff has been overwhelmed with development review. They haven't had the capacity to work on this. And this is talking with Lisa Green. Planning Commission has been almost doing this by themselves. And so right now, you've got to have a person who knows what all that stuff means, right? And can write the RFPs, manage the contracts, manage the consultant team. The consultant team is like a staff extender right now. We're not hiring new planning staff or anything. And you're right, the new city manager could decide that he or she wants to restructure everything. But that person is still an important and essential professional with skills that are going to be needed regardless.
Yes, so if the new CM comes in and says, I don't understand why you all put this position over here and not under this department, are we going to allow?
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I just feel strongly that we
sure.
need this position, and
Okay.
if they want to restructure it later,
Okay.
as long as this
So
person
that-
is still here. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I know the positions are needed, and just from looking at other localities, that for them, like even Richmond, the Department of Planning and Development Review is hiring for the position of Planner 3, Planning and Preservation. The department has just begun to put together the first long-range citywide master plan in over 15 years. The plan will set the growth framework for the city over the next 20 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's what we're asking. That is under their equivalent to our NDS. And so that's been some of my questions when I'm trying to wrap my
Sure.
head around this, is why the position the way. But if we're gonna since this should happen along the same framework, our new CM just give us some, direction on whether we are making the right decision.
Sure.
And whether something else needs to happen, then that makes.
And if I may add, though, like our NDS is called Neighborhood Development Services. It's not called Planning Department. And it's pretty interesting configuration because NDS does a lot of work that in other localities the Public Works Department does, i.e. overseeing the Belmont Bridge and all the road projects that are actually getting into construction management. So that's going to be something for this new city manager to figure out, because in many ways their capacity to do long-range plan has been kind of squeezed out by all the work they do on transportation projects that are of the construction end and managing construction contracts. So there could be a total, absolutely, let the new city manager, but right now that need is so acute.
And I told you the last planning commission work session, I arrived after you had left, and so I was hearing some of the same concerns about the support that they needed, that they didn't feel like they had in order to complete this process in a way that made any sense. So I think at that point they were talking about scrapping and going back again. So it just appeared that at this rate we're not going to ever get a plan. And the calls from like Click and to have a housing strategy to kind of support the the comprehensive plan, and then the zoning changes like tonight with the River Road project, being able to, make sure that there are, affordable housing in projects in the city if we can make it work. And at this point, since, so I get it. But that was my main question, is why we had, we were placing the position the way we were.
I think it goes without saying that the deployment of staff and where they rest in the organization is the purview of the city manager. And so if they have a different alignment that they favor, that is absolutely theirs to implement. The only I think consistent, credible argument for why this lies outside of that is that I find it pretty difficult to imagine that somebody perhaps reports to the NDS director and is the agent of change in the development process, right? I do think you need some freedom and in reporting directly to somebody in the city manager's office, Now, there could be other ways to institute that kind of systemic change in the development process, but as that has always been talked about as one of the key elements of this position, that's probably why. And maybe that's true at the beginning, and then over time, they serve a different role embedded in the department. But either way, I think that the elements of this job description are clearly needed as a skill set on the city staff.
But is it a way to make that clear to where it's not viewed as a bump down, but a bump up? And
if they get repositioned?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
And
They
what
don't-
we're doing now, and when you all, write the job description. Because some of what I just heard you say is some of the same praise that I've been hearing, especially with Paul Oberdorfer's department and what he's been doing across departments and trying, that alignment. I mean, that was one of the first things that we heard during our one-on-ones with the department heads when we came back, and how he was, coming in and looking at, and not just staying within his department, but reaching outside of the department to make sure that things worked well. So, and that was one of my struggles, is that if this if we're talking about this inter-agency collaborations between departments, then this seemed to be fueling, not moving in that direction.
Although by putting it in the city manager level, they do have that kind of bird's eye view. They're not embedded in any one department. So, but they, I think the way I read it, there's enough flexibility, certainly, because bundling those skills in that kind of a position is pretty typical, and what you call it varies. But needing to get it done and needing to have it is kind of universal in a city government. So I think, and we're otherwise we're just not making any headway. And I just wanted to share with you that one of the comprehensive plans that has been moving around the planning commission circles, and Lisa Green brought it back to my attention again, was the Nashville Next Comprehensive Plan. And when you read that, every chapter is embedded with equity. There's a summary, executive summary, that talks about how every chapter is through an equity lens. But what I found even more interesting was that when you look at their demographic trends over the last few years, Nashville is certainly a bigger city, but they had 28% African American in 2017, up from 19% in 1970. 10% Hispanic in 2017, up from 0.6% in 1970. 65% white in 2017, down from 80% in 1970. And when you look at all the stuff they're doing in terms of comp plan and housing strategies, commitment to using planning as a tool for equity, and looking at how they have a beefed up community design division in their planning department, you begin to see those things have an impact on the demographics of your community. So, and then the other group I looked in was Atlanta itself, because I was so impressed by the Historic District Development Corporation that we saw at the Jefferson School, and how they were talking about the policy context that they needed to do their work. And when you looked at in what Atlanta does, it's got this blew me away. The small area plan that included Martin Luther King's neighborhood is one of 30 neighborhood and small area plans, and they had 11 corridor studies and 22 livability center initiatives. So it takes people, and we're a fraction of the size of those cities, but our ambitions are the same. I just think that it just was a testament to good planning practice, you actually do start seeing changes that meet your values.
Well, Mr. Murphy, I appreciate your efforts to bring all this together and into this form, and I think it's comprehensive, and I'm happy to make a motion if we're ready for that. Everybody?
I think so. I mean, you know, one of the questions, what page is this? 188, it says the 2017, what'd you say?
He's laughing.
I'll laugh.
The 2017 efficiency study recommended 2 staff positions for NDS, one of which was a planner. And so, again, I'm just interested in how we moved away from, and I've heard, but I'm just going back to the points.
I think 3 things are really happening that are out of that recommendation, quite honestly. One is, you know, you've got this kind of planner. It may be recommended to sit somewhere different, but the skill is coming in there. 2, you know, there was a budget decision for this year to have council approve either a planner or an engineer from Alex, and they prioritize the need for engineer. And then 3, the budget assumptions that we have for 20 are that we hire the position which the Novak study evaluated to be the most important, which was the support services level manager underneath Missy Creasy to help with her huge span of control issue with how many direct reports she has. So I do think that we are really trying to address each of those issues from the efficiency study.
And so has this job description been written?
I have provided you with some proposed duties. Those are from my meetings with folks, taking from what was developed prior with consultation with the previous city manager and the Place Design Task Force. And so I would say that it is ready in great part, but probably needs some modification. Could be ready within the next week or 2, you know, if this is something that was approved this evening.
And is there an equity component in that job description?
We can see that there will be.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
All right. Okay.
All right, so I move we adopt a resolution funding the transfer for the comprehensive plan completion and long-range planning totaling $890,019.40.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Let's vote. All right. It carries 5-0.
Thank you.
That's great.
It's good.
That's great.
All right. So we're going to take another.
Oh, no.
No.
We can move on.
It was a joke.
Why not? The first one of your tenure.
Okay. Renaming Preston Avenue, first of 1 reading.
John?
Madam Mayor, before you have a resolution that Councilor Bellamy has worked on and presented to our office, and I've also put in some of the required legalese, but the City Code Section 28-4 does provide that the City Council, in effect, names streets, and also as part of that can honorarily name its streets. So I'll certainly defer to Mr. Bellamy when it gets to the resolution part in terms of explaining Ms. Preston's contributions and her background as well. But I did want to point out there has been some confusion, I think, on social media and the like about these signs, but the signs themselves are the brown signs that you will see that honorarily name individuals under the normal green street signs. I think there's been some confusion that renaming Preston Avenue to Preston Avenue and purchasing signs, I think there's been some confusion, at least on social media, that somehow people may be thinking you're just changing the green sign and I guess mounting another green sign that says Preston Avenue, but as the council is aware, that's not accurate at all. The accurate description of this item is you would still have the normal green street sign with the brown honorary designation sign under the green sign. But I will turn it over to Dr. Bellamy now.
Wait, so we're not getting new green signs? I
No,
thought we were
we're
getting
not. It's-
double green. Okay.
Yeah, double green.
Sorry, Mr. Murphy, that look.
It's funnier at like 8:25 to me than it is at 11:25. But
So, colleagues as well as members of the public, we've heard, thank you, Mr. Blair, for bringing that up, but we've discussed, as I brought up at a couple of council meetings ago, in regards to the desire to change the name of Preston Avenue as it's currently constructed from, as it's regularly known now, Preston Avenue, named after Thomas L. Preston, who lived at the Windhurst Plantation here in Charlottesville. He served as an armed officer in the Confederate States Army, and he enslaved 29 individuals on this plantation. They were all located at the intersection of Preston Place and Grady Avenue. So this request is to change the name officially from Preston Avenue as it's known now, but to include the brown honorary sign to honor Miss Azalea Minor Preston. And she was an individual, as we've heard earlier tonight, an African-American educator who taught in Albemarle County segregated schools between 1922 and 1933. She received a degree from St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia, which is an HBCU, historically black college university. Ms. Preston resumed teaching in Albemarle in 1936 until her retirement in 1969. And I think many individuals know of Ms. Preston, or for those who have come to know Ms. Preston, as she left much of her estate to the educational endowment, which eventually turned into the Minor Preston Educational Fund. And I think as a community, as we're looking to move past honoring those who may have been Confederate heroes and the like, and us changing that narrative as was described through the task of the Blue Ribbon Commission, honoring someone like Miss Azalea Minor Preston would bode well for us. This suggestion actually came up from an individual who was here earlier, Mr. John Conover, as well as Miss Teresa Walker Price. And I've heard from several other community members in regards to, they thought naming this after Miss Preston would bode well for us. The budgetary impact is minimal at best, and I think it sets a good precedent in terms of what we want to do moving forward. I've had discussions with Councilor Signer in regards to another potential idea, which I have to give him some kudos for. And another idea that arose out of this one was, in addition to looking at Preston Avenue, I thought he had, again, a very good idea in regards to us looking at what are other items that we currently have in the city that are not named, i.e., City Hall, for example, or similar to what we have, the Drury Brown Bridge. How do we name those items after these individuals and these groups of people who have been left out of our local history books forever? So when we think of someone, for example, like Miss Holly Edwards, do we name City Hall after her? Are there 10 or 10, 12, 15 different things in which we can task a group of individuals to identify, and can we name those structures after those who have fought for equity, for social justice, who have put in the work, and local individuals from our community? So that's the request before you. Again, it initially starts with this resolution officially placing that brown sign on top of Preston Avenue, naming it after Miss Azalea Minor Price, and us acknowledging her work. And then, again, looking at identifying some other items in which we can name after those who would be much more appropriate. And Mr. Signer, correct me if I characterized our conversation wrong.
Very well. The only thing I was going to say is that the second part probably, there'll be like an other business, then we'll talk about it on the agenda.
Not tonight.
There's some language to,
You
but
need another resolution for it.
Correct.
yeah, so we would just kind of mention it.
Right.
And then it would come
Okay.
up in the future, but.
Correct.
And then the other, to Mr. Bellamy's point, the community engagement that we did on the second
yes.
round with parks actually was a really good model for this, because it took some work to figure out, but Mr. Wheeler did an awesome job of figuring out how did we really make sure the public was heard. There were a lot of different possibilities. We kind of came up with Dr. Bellamy and I talked about, a way to just kind of model what we would do after that, where maybe you work among council stakeholders to come up with, maybe a list of a dozen places in the city that could be named that aren't named presently. And then you figure out a list of maybe a dozen individuals who deserve to be honored. And then you go out to the community, and then community can fill in new ones, and you really
Right.
see
Yep.
if there's sentiment out there or names that weren't.
I like that.
And you have a couple rounds, and you can use utility bills. We've done it before, and then we could probably do it by the summer, and then we could actually start moving. And it was something the Blue Ribbon Commission kind of looked at, but it's another part of the puzzle.
I agree.
And that's, naming unnamed buildings and, streets. But we also, the renaming of Preston Avenue, this is an easy honorary name because it's the same last name, but I just want to make sure that we are aware that it's not going to be
It's
easy every time when we go the route of just looking at other, street names. And to Ms. Harris' point about the last names, when you were talking, and someone I know and someone who's helped, you ran a program that my daughter was a part of. So I heard you and, respect you and the work that you all do in the community. My thoughts when you were speaking was around, just how hard in the Black community that we work to transform, the energy behind everything that was given to us, placed upon us through the, enslavement and oppression beyond. So I was thinking, my great-grandmother's father was the first landowner in our family in Louisa County. My great-grandmother was born in 1912. Her last name of the family name was Jones, but it was a very different meaning when they said Jones and what her father attempted to instill in her versus what had been, the last name of someone who had enslaved them. And I understand, there's movements across this country, and there has been written works about why Black names are so creative, that attempt to define ourselves, the first names. And there are some people who go as far as changing, their names entirely once. But it's a process, and not everybody is going to take that, those turns. So I totally heard what you're saying, but I also want kids to be able to look up and see that sign maybe, and Google it and see. My daughter also a recipient of Minor Preston Scholarship when she went to Hampton University, and they were a great help to her being able to get through into, pay for school and graduate. So I appreciate my family being a recipient of the funds and the legacy of Mrs. Preston.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think
It's going to be at the end. Yeah.
so. what, are there any comments or thoughts?
So is there a motion?
Yeah, okay. And I'd like to,
Because the scope of what we're talking about right now is the honorary designation for Preston Avenue.
correct.
We're
So-
not allowed to comment about this issue.
Yeah. So I'd like to, well, do I need to read the resolution?
Just make a
Okay.
Just the
motion.
title of it.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to rename Preston Avenue as it's currently constructed for Thomas L. Preston and place an honorary street name for Mrs. Azalea Minor Preston.
All right, is there a second?
A second?
And
Any-
that incorporates your resolution as well.
Yes, sir, and it
Yep.
incorporates the resolution. That's why I was asking, did I need to read it? But
Is there any further discussion?
Just for the record, again, to clarify that there will be a follow-up resolution to determine the new names for additional,
Well, we'll talk about another
that- as
business.
another business, oh, another business tonight.
Tonight, yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So that it's on an agenda.
All
in
right,
the
all right.
But that'll take a second.
Okay.
yeah, it's just to
all right.
place it on the agenda.
Okay, all right, okay.
All right. So, please vote. All right, it carries 5-0.
Cool. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
And thank you to the citizens of Charlottesville who did the hard work of digging and bringing forth the information, as well as letting us know the history of Thomas Preston, as well as Mrs. Azalea Preston. It's appreciated.
So next, we have resolution, designation of new community events to be held annually in August. First of one reading.
Members of council, I will tee this up a bit, and then I'll ask Mr. Wheeler and Ms. Green to join us here at the dais and provide some context for you about the engagement that we've done on this item. This is a resolution to add to the community events that are articulated in the city code. And to say that the second weekend of August each year and August the 12th will be considered community events. We would designate the use of the downtown parks and 4th Street and the downtown mall for events planned by community members with the city. The only part about this that is not really fully fleshed out right now is what that looks like, right? And that is intentional because, if you're going to continue to engage the community, and I believe that's a plan that lasts at least for the next 4 months, that we need that time between now and, say, the first meeting in June to work with community members to bring that back to you. It is of some significance to designate a community event and to reserve the spaces downtown kind of in perpetuity until it gets reconsidered by council. And it's of significance that it's here tonight because as of February 10th, then the clock starts ticking for the planning of events under our
Yes.
event regulations. So, for those reasons, we're here this evening. Certainly want to have Ms. Green come down, Mr. Wheeler join us at the microphone, and tell you all a little bit about our process. This is something that we
Bless you.
have engaged for some time as a management team about, particularly our special events and incident management groups. We did ask a subcommittee of city staff to craft a process and to engage community members.
Thank you. I'm Brian Wheeler, Director of Communications. And as Mr. Murphy said last month, he invited an ad hoc committee of city staff to bring you a new proposal for how we could plan the August 12th anniversary. And besides the two of us, the committee included Joe Rice and Lachine Parks in the communications department and Matt Murphy Council's Outreach Coordinator. Thank you for loaning Matt to the initiative. We started by inviting 30 community members to focus groups to start talking about this key goal of transitioning from first anniversary planning, which emphasized public safety, to a community-driven annual event that educates, inspires, and honors people in our community to create movement towards healing and unity on a path for economic and racial justice. So a much different approach than last year. And I want to note that we have several of the focus group participants who have stayed late tonight to be here with us. Harold Foley, Rosia Parker, Katrina Turner, were all involved, as was Don Gathers, if he's still here. So we shared the goal also of avoiding some of these legal challenges that we had last year, and they made planning very difficult for the city. And so we want to get out in front of it this year, and the community felt like this was a good approach to bring. So tonight we present this proposal. It's come out of these focus group discussions, and as Mr. Murphy said, it would be a recurring community event called Unity Days. It would be city-sponsored but community-driven. So the city would set the table by reserving these venues downtown, and then we would invite the community to plan a variety of events. I'll turn it over to Charlene, who's going to talk about the theme.
Good evening. So with the meetings that we've had with community members and staff, it was decided that instead of just focusing on events occurring in August, that we would actually start planning events beginning in May, since that is actually when in 2017 issues started happening to sort of create that summer of hate in 2017. So beginning in May through August, each month we'll have a theme. When that community group is created, they will decide what criteria the different groups who are interested in being a part of that umbrella of the events that occur for Unity Days, and what that would look like. And so it would be a focus with May, starting with an examination of history. And so those groups that are interested in talking about history would meet the community committee's criteria for that. June would be a focus on breaking down institutions of oppression. And so that community committee would add a little bit more context in talking about that, but basically it's looking at ways in which oppression, whether it's about race, about religion, affects a community, and folks can tie obviously what happened in 2017, but that history goes way back, much further than what happened that summer. July would be a focus on honoring community members and neighborhood leaders who have made a commitment to affecting change. And so that, again, will be determined by that community committee about what their expectations are regarding that that particular focus. And then August would be, we conclude with activities looking at inspiring, definitely honoring the people, the 3 people who were killed during that that summer, but and remembering their honoring their memory, but then ending with some sort of perhaps call to action, so that folks who are interested in affecting change, being involved in the community, there are so many different ways in which people can get engaged. We're hoping that there will be an opportunity that is created in an organized way for people to get involved. And so you all have seen the outline. Again, we are hoping that when we bring that community committee together, they will decide what they expect any organization, any individual who is interested in presenting any of those different focus months, topics, and making sure that it's as inclusive of all the different ways in which we see the community coming together to change the narrative. That has been the concern about once 2017 happened, on top of all the other aspects of this city's history and the state's history and the United States history, that we need to regain that narrative back in making sure that Charlottesville is not just about white supremacy, not just about Thomas Jefferson or the University of Virginia, that this history and all that the city is about is very robust and very inclusive, and we do our best to engage the community in that process.
We'll take your questions.
I just want to
Thank you.
This is one of those times where I know at one point we said, oh yes, go off and do this. And I told Mr. Murphy, we met last week, I opened my council book and I was like, it's been underway and it's been done in such an engaging way with the community. So I just can't thank all of you from the community who've been involved and the staff has been involved, because it's one of those things that I knew it would come back, but I kind of slipped my mind and there it is. And I'm super excited about what this is going to do long term in terms of providing that venue opportunity for the community to come together. So I want to thank all of you who have been a part of this for bringing this forward, and really looking forward to it coming to life in the coming months.
I think it's
Ditto.
great because even last year, there was so much churn heading up to the anniversary, and one of the walking backward from it takes a lot of planning and a lot of intent, and it takes it's going to take a lot of months to get this right, and this is the kind of early thinking that really is needed, and I think it's wonderful, and it sounds like, and I'm so glad that you're in place, Ms. Green, because this is a great engagement of your office for this purpose. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I'm really glad, and this is over the years we've had this discussion about all the different ways the Office of Human Rights can make sense, and this is a really good use of the office and your talents and connections as we figure this thing out. So I think that it sounds really, really smart. And the I would also, not to have a, praise party, but Mr. Reela, this is really good because we've had a lot of problems with communications too, and doing strategic communications, which was the biggest takeaway. And Mr. Murphy, this is great. We need strategic communications. This was one of the biggest things we needed in the last 2 years, so it's great.
And I just really appreciate the fact that you've done your community engagement so well without a specific directive from council. You just did your focus groups, and you reached out, went in, broke down barriers. That's extremely appreciated.
I mean, I think you have given us a directive. I mean, and the mayor talks about this a lot, is that we need to do things differently. We need to engage the community in a different way. And so I think, we've heard that as staff. And I experienced, the past year, what it's like to plan for an anniversary. And I spent 6 months working on that project. But I'd rather direct that energy towards something different. And that's not to say that we've been exhaustive in our outreach. We haven't. We've just started. We've only reached, we invited 30 people. We only had half of them come to a focus group meeting. So it's a very small group. But we tried to find, key people who were involved in August 2017 and leaders in the community who could give us good direction. Now, the first 3 focus groups, we had blank notebooks. We didn't have any specific plan in mind. It was just, we're here to listen, and here's the challenge we face with the calendar, and February 10th, we need to get, council to do something before February 10th. And then we took in that feedback. The focus group at the end was the clergy, and they, at that point, had come in after we'd already put this down on paper. So I do want to share that, that they wish they'd been at the front end of the conversation. They were not, just because of the tight timeline that we had. But they offered really good feedback as well. And one of the things they said was they did want a public safety plan. And I just want you to know that that is a key part of this, that the critical incident management team, Chief Baxter, Chief Brackney have been involved in reviewing the drafts of this memo, and they will be involved on a different track, planning for responding to what the community is saying they would like to have happen, right? And that's a whole different paradigm than last year, when we didn't know what was going to happen.
And it was obviously city-driven in terms of city government. I think what's really important to point out is that even though you're going to have city offices, city departments involved, we're not going to try to drive the bus. The bus is being driven by the community. That voice from the community is going to be critical in making sure that this is what they want. We are here as support for them in as many ways as we can provide it, but this is what the community is asking for, and hopefully we can live up to their expectations.
Yeah, thanks. That's key.
May I ask
All right, any
who
other-
all is on the committee?
On the staff committee?
No.
Or the focus groups? that we
Focus
had?
groups, yeah.
So the people that have participated so far, Reverend Phil Woodson, Reverend Gary Heaton, Elizabeth Shalou, Lisa Drain, Lewis Nelson with UVA, Andrea Douglas, Susan Bro, Joan Fenton, Shannon Ikalui, Harold Foley, Don Gathers, Rosia Parker, Katrina Turner, Reverend Layman Bates, Rabbi Rachel, and then city staff. So that's the initial group that we met in 4 different meetings.
Are y'all open to?
Absolutely. Yeah, after this would be an open call
Yeah.
for people to join in the planning effort.
Yeah, and you say you extended 15 more,
That's
right?
right.
And
Yeah, I
they
mean,
didn't.
the original list is about twice as big as that. It's just not everybody could make the meetings, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your work.
Any other questions? All right. Is there a motion?
I move we adopt a resolution designating Unity Days as a community event to mark the anniversary of August 2017.
All right.
Second.
All right. Any further? No? All right, please vote. All right. It carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your work.
Thank you very
Ms. Parker-
much.
Thank you all for helping.
Ms. Parker, Ms. Henley, Ms.
Thank you.
Turner, Mr. Foley,
Thank
and
you.
everyone else.
So, are there any other business?
I think just to loop back, just for the minutes, to the discussion we had before about, and we have, Mr. Bellman, do you want to, is that language okay? Should we read, or does it, I guess it's mostly just going to go to the mayor
To the
for
mayor.
formulation in the agenda, so we probably don't need to,
Oh, you should, okay.
I don't know.
The name.
The
New naming.
new
Yeah.
name and stuff. You just want to say it
Yeah.
briefly?
Yeah, do you, let's see,
Huh? The next meeting.
hold on.
He just said
Or do you want me to read what you
we're not
text?
gonna-
Yeah, do you, I'm trying to
What you
find it.
text me?
No, wait, no.
it. So we're
let's see.
approving it now.
Well, it's just,
I thought you were going to ask to get this on another meeting.
yeah, so
Yes.
these 3 paragraphs would just describe what would go on in the
not for the-
future.
Okay, so
probably
when
don't
would
need
you
it.
want
There
it?
wasn't a timeline,
Yeah,
I
that's
said a
the-
few
yeah.
months.
No, this was trying to do it within,
I thought you all were gonna write the resolution up and present it to us the next meeting.
no, let me just,
What
okay, so
resolution? To change the
following,
name? We already have the resolution.
no, this
This
is
for
about,
a
for the
different
group.
initiative.
do you mind if I read this? Okay,
Please,
so
please.
Following the work of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Race Monuments and Public Spaces regarding changing the race memorials in public spaces, regarding changing the narrative in Charlottesville by telling the full story of race through our public spaces, City Council would like to include on the agenda of an upcoming meeting time to consider staff proposals for a process for identifying new naming opportunities in the city to recognize
our heroes of racial and social justice. Specifically, we would like to identify such naming opportunities within the city and a number of individuals to be recognized. We suggest beginning with 12 such opportunities, but borrowing from the process that was successfully employed to engage the public on the renaming of Emancipation and Justice Parks to Market Square and Court Square Parks. Staff is requested to come to council with suggested ways to gather and rank suggestions from the public about naming opportunities and individuals who should be recognized. As with the park process, we suggest staff working with council begin with identifying a number of good opportunities for new names, such as the Belmont Bridge, Tonsler Park Fieldhouse, and City Hall, but also include space for the public to contribute and gather around new opportunities. We suggest that staff further work with council prior to providing a draft list of possible candidates to be recognized and provide that list to the public while including additional space for new names. We would like to decide upon this process within 1 month, so that would give the timeline for the resolution to be discussed, to give enough time, and for the community engagement process to be completed within 3 months after that, in order for us to begin recognizing new individuals by the summer of 2019.
So would the second meeting in March work?
Sure.
Is that better?
And then if it was 3 months after that for the, whatever the community engagement would be.
Yeah.
Mike, is that better?
Works.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
That comes on the heels of us celebrating Freedom and Liberation Day anyway, so great. Perfect.
All right. So we have our second matters by the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
Brad Slocum. I'll just try to make this quick. I very much appreciate hearing how much community involvement has gone into the Unity Days and the events coming up. But I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I have heard concerns, and I personally am concerned that events and activities like what seems to be laid out have the potential to allow accountability to be left by the wayside. And I know, especially for people who were in office at the time, there are still community expectations for unanswered questions and some degree of action to be taken. But every month and year that goes by, it seems more likely that those questions won't be answered, and some people not held as accountable as the community feels they should be. So I'm heartened that there's a chance, to come together, but also I know there's still, for example, a lot of distrust with the police in the city, and we hear that pretty much every meeting here. And so I just wanted to speak up for the community desires that there still be accountability for things that haven't been addressed. So thank you.
And my comment to that, because I hear that a lot, is that I would like accountability, too, and it's something that I called for and asked for. The fact that we are talking about the levels of government involved with this and that we haven't received it, and that we're probably not going to receive it. And we see this throughout history where an incident happens and then there's 20 years and you actually get like what actually happened with Watergate or something, similar. I think we are going to be asking for a long time. And I mean, I don't have the answers, even with being in this position for over a year. And so I just think that that's something that we can keep asking for, but I think that it may be unrealistic to expect that we're going to unfortunately receive answers. What you say?
Doris again. I guess my comments are not as much directed to the people who've made the decision tonight as much as they are to the people who are sitting at home. People I talked to at the bus stop, in the parking lot at the grocery store, in the parking lot at the big box store out on 29. Those of us who feel like we are somehow trapped as an electorate between white guilt and black rage. And that space we're now occupying as a community has stifled many of us to the point where we feel intimidated about even coming in what is shared space. It is sacred community space here in City Hall. It is ours. We can come here and have our voices heard. It's not just about the squeaky wheel, the loud voices, the protest celebrities, as I call them, getting their way. We have a voice as well. The 5 people who represent the thousands, the masses, are just that. They are 5 people. If we don't make our voices heard, it's all for naught. I'm the only one tonight who chose to speak about the renaming project. I think it's a slippery slope because the pendulum of power swings both ways. And what's to stop the city council in 2029 from deciding that no, that Preston is not the one we want to honor, so we're going to put up a new brown plaque. That's how it works. I learned tonight that the city council from Mr. Blair gets to decide what the names are for our streets. So when the pendulum of power swings in that other direction, we're trapped again, stuck between white guilt and black rage. It's an untenable, unsustainable place, I think. That's what brought me out. I know you all are out there because I've talked to you. Some of you, I know your name, some of you I don't. I'm not alone. All I can say to you is, to me, we are at a precipice in our history as a people, where we are trying to wrestle and grapple with what is America and what are her promises and who falls heir to those promises. If we don't stand up and if we don't make our voices heard, her promises will be for the loud, the boisterous, the rich, the greedy, and not for the masses. That's why I came tonight. I would encourage you all to come as well. We don't have to settle for this. We do not have to settle for it. Thank you.
So I have a question. Just so other people can hear if you choose to respond. But you didn't finish your letter, but what was your recommendation?
I think there are those who voted here tonight who I see as engaging in hypocrisy from the standpoint, we have something called a Tom Tom Founders Festival, just as an example. This is the slippery slope I'm talking about. The Tom Tom Founders Festival, some of you go every single year. You represent, you support, and the reality is that festival was named after Thomas Jefferson. It's set up to coincide on his birth, and as if all of that wasn't egregious enough, the symbol they used, the buffalo, it meant so much to the indigenous peoples in this country. And as a result of Thomas Jefferson's actions, in part, and in some ways in whole, that culture was decimated. And so to sit here and say, oh, we're gonna put up the brown placard with the name of Miss Azalea Minor Preston, that's easy work. The hard work is to say no to Tom Tom.
And so just...
I know, Mr. Bellamy informed me, he filled me in
No, I
terms of
just
the
want to
protest.
say I have been invited to Tom Tom Festival, and for that reason have refused every year, have not participated. Got a lot of criticism last year because I was on council and refused to participate. I received an email this year, and the email came from someone I respect a lot who's doing a presentation there, and I'm not doing the presentation there. So I understand what you're saying about consistency And I attempt to be consistent, just speaking for me up here with this. And it's important for us to understand how those things tie in.
I guess the final thing I would say is that words have power. I understand that. You know, we learned that in high school. That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. If we were to change the name of Auschwitz or Dakar or Treblinka, it's not going to change what happened there. It may, in some ways, pacify the feelings we all have about what was there, that we have some power, and maybe that's what this is about. It's about the power to reclaim and rename. We are coming up on 400 years.
We're in it.
Right? Yeah. And I don't even need to go anymore because you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And in that time, we're still struggling for personhood, humanity. And so I don't think that changing names, what I want us to do as a society is I want little black boys and little black girls and little white boys and white girls and every shade and hue in between to stand in the truth of what America has been and what she is. And I don't think changing names is going to do that. I don't think it gives enough credence to history that is, although painful. My mom never went to school with white folks in this community. My mother was born in 1947, for perspective, not 1847, 1947. My mother was riding on the back of the bus in Charlottesville. My mother sat in the Paramount Theater in the Negro section. So this is not so far removed from me. This is what I've known, segregated Charlottesville. I knew it vicariously through her and through my parents, grandparents. And what I want us to be able to do, I don't have children of my own, but I want to be able to have the children I did work with. Your daughter was one of them. I want them to be able to stand in the truth of our pain. My personal pain in life has helped me elevate to where I am. Without it, I'm not the same woman. America's pain around slavery it's not going to be the same nation without it. In some ways, it's been necessary to humble. It is the engine that propels us towards righteousness. And when we deny that, we distort that. I feel this is a distortion of that. It is not the truth, the essence of what is. The essence of what is that white people in this community valued white supremacy, the supremeness of whiteness so much. They elevated people who owned other human beings to a status far beyond what they were deserving of. And I don't want that legacy distorted, contorted. I want it to be real for what it is.
But just one question, another one, is that without and this is not just happening with this council, this is happening all over the country. It's happening at university, it's happening at other universities, and because there's something I think significant about names in the first place. We know the power behind it. The first Preston, the green sign, nobody's going to stop and ask any questions about that, right? And now with all this context, this isn't forgotten. It hopefully enables people to ask questions.
I would offer this rudimentary example of what I'm talking about with words and the power they don't have sometimes. My birth certificate, the paper my parents received when I was born in 1969, says Negro. Somewhere along the way in the 1970s, that became black. Then again in the 90s, when I went off to college, I too bought into the African American and I became African American. In three separate instances in my life, I have been called different things. And now, personally, I'm back to black. The point is, all of those three, whether I was a Negro, whether I was black or African American, the impetus, the belief that whiteness is rightness and supreme to all has not changed. Hasn't changed. And I could become something else, or we could become something else next year or in 10 years from now. And until we deal with that, I don't think any of it changes.
But also,
we agree, but we deal with it in different ways.
The power of pendulum swings both ways, Mr. Bellamy. And when the next young gun is sitting up here in his white suit, And he's a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And he's leading a Republican-led council.
Right.
We'll be back to where we are. It feels like to me, and I'm gonna end on this, because I didn't come to debate, I didn't come to engage.
I hope you didn't feel
I
like
came
this
to
is a
talk-
debate.
No, I came to talk to these people here looking at me right now. I want us to come down here and fill this space, because we are here, and we are not being heard. There are many, many, many people looking like me, Mayor Walker, and Mr. Bellamy, i.e. black folk, who feel like I feel. And y'all are not representing, as the young people say. You ain't being true. And that's the travesty of all of this.
I think
That's the travesty. Good night, folks.
So we'll close, but when I see you,
We'll talk more.
yes, we'll chat. And my question that I'm leaving with, that we're not engaging anymore, is, and this is a good discussion, I think, since it's among us, is just why the return to black. That identification, which I have always been clear about.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's important as we have these conversations about there is an age. My mother, anytime I start speaking my entire life, while they've been very open to me speaking, they've been very afraid of what could happen to me as vocal and outspoken as I am, right? And so we have those same conversations within the community about what